Chapter 1 of A Superfluous Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. Dying? Said the doctor. He was a short, square man with great shoulders, and he stood with his hands thrust into the pockets of his coat and with his legs a little apart. He had forgotten to turn down his trousers before coming into the room, so that a pair of large, strong boots, much splashed with mud, planted themselves only too visibly upon the carpet. He was not a West End doctor, and had made his way to this West End mansion by short stages in omnibuses and by short stages on foot. His practice lay among the sores which devour the flesh of Lazarus. Most of his hours were spent in those hospitals where the maimed worker seeks a little respite from misery before he passes from the cruelty of the world, and much of his leisure in gratuitous labor among the fetid dens of the poor. He seemed, in his own eyes, to be as a gatherer who binds together perpetually fallen sheaves of blighted corn, and his constant fight with death had brought a grim look into his face. But not into his eyes. These were large, brown, soft, and penetrating, and had the look of one who brings a message or who entreats a favor. They called this man Dr. Cornerstone. "Dying, doctor," repeated the lady with whom he was in converse, wiping from her eye the moisture of sentiment, while her mind, with really strong feeling, repudiated his boots. "Madam," said Dr. Cornerstone, "perhaps I can see my patient?" Upon which the lady brought her pocket-handkerchief from her face and rose and led the way from the room. The house through which the doctor followed her was full of pleasant airs and pleasant scents. Through the open windows of the staircase he caught glimpses of trees in blossom, for it was May, and the sound of the city came to the ear only as a pleasing hum, for the mansion was in one of the best parts of London, and round about blew the breezes of the open park, so that in a moment, as by enchantment, he who entered here was set apart from the noise and the disgrace of the streets. They paused at the door of a chamber. Here the lady turned round once more, and once more wiped the tear of sentiment from her eye. "Dying, doctor," said she, "the most beautiful woman in England, and one of the richest. The world was at her feet. Indeed, there is no doubt that, had not this illness intervened, Lord Harriet—" "Madam, shall we proceed?" said the doctor with a singular look. And the lady opened the door. He found himself in a large chamber, so disposed for luxury that the senses of one who breakfasted, dined, and supped on misery might well stagger for the moment. A wide and beautiful window showed trees full of blossom. Opposite the window, but at some distance back in the room, was a comfortable couch, upon which the patient lay, covered with a pearl-coloured silk eiderdown. By the side of the couch was a table with flowers and fruit. A nurse, appropriately dressed in the exquisite garb of her profession, stood near, holding a cup of fragrant soup. Another nurse flitted in the background of the room, where the doctor rather surmised than saw a bed, and the elegant litter of a luxurious toilet. The prettinesses of the chamber alone, gathered there merely to please the eye of the occupant, must, the doctor reflected, have diverted labor sufficient to have produced the clothes and food for a whole street of starving people for a year's time. He advanced toward the couch and planted himself somewhat sturdily before it, his hands again in his coat pockets, and his muddy boots a little apart, and he looked down at the face and figure which the pearl silk eiderdown partially concealed. The lady who had accompanied him stood meanwhile a little behind, with her hands folded together and her head inclined, and wearing an expression of anxiety which was rather conventional than deep. Contrasts are apt to be trying, and by the side of the sturdy doctor, anything tutored and compressed in deference to fashion fell away from the lines of humanity into caricature. And one half of this lady's personality had been purchased, it is to be feared, in shops. Worth, the hairdresser, perfumer, and dentist, were responsible for her more striking features, while, though God may have been the shaper of her bones in the first instance, they had suffered from the corset-maker's processes. As to her mind, if the exterior were any index to it, this, with the smile and tear, was probably society's own product. Such was the woman within whose hands had lain the shaping of the earlier years of the girl who reposed beneath the eiderdown upon the couch. She it was who had been the ruling spirit, the educator and influence. It was in the doctor's mind that it had been so, as he stood gazing at the unsolved enigma of his patient, and the thought threw him upon a reverie so deep that he forgot either to move or speak, and presently the lady unclasped her hands and threw up her head, the attitude of appropriate sorrow being prolonged further than endurance could bear. At the same moment a nurse set a cup of broth down on a table. The chink of the china roused the doctor. He raised his head and looked round. "Remove these women," said he. The lady signalled with her hand, and the attendants disappeared, closing the door behind them with the caution of long practice. When they had gone, she found herself confronted by an open-eyed and steady look. This unaccustomed steadfastness and truth in the eye confounded her like an accusation, and her nerves shrank, and her spirits took a panic, and all the artifice slipped off her face as the colour will wash from the cheek of a doll. "I must request you also to leave me alone with my patient," said the doctor in a cool, clear whisper. Whereupon the woman's scared senses fled straightway to the book of etiquette. It was her rock of ages, and she clung there with tenacity. "Impossible, doctor, impossible. I could not do such a thing. It is not customary," she returned in emphatic sibilance. A ray of sardonic humour gleamed in the man's eye, and alarmed her once more with the sense of the unusual. "Madam," said he, "you tell me that 3 physicians have tried their hands on this case and failed. You tell me that, hearing my name by chance, you proposed to call me in to assist. And your physicians consented to permit this last resource. But they informed you that my methods were unusual and unorthodox, and that it was impossible for them to meet me professionally, or to take the responsibility of applying them. In other words, in spite of my doctor's degree, I am a quack. You have, madam, sufficiently outraged custom by calling me in at all, and a trifle more or less will do no harm. Custom, you will understand, does not apply to quacks." He began to walk at her as he spoke, with his head raised and with his eyes steady, and she went before him as though a wind had blown, carrying a shaft of fear in her heart. When she had gone, he turned the key in the door. The patient had not so much as lifted an eyelid. Dr. Cornerstone went first to a table where the prescriptions and medicine bottles stood, and where pens and ink were placed in readiness for himself. He read the prescriptions in a leisurely manner, and then took up the notes of the nurses. The prescriptions he swept aside. Upon the notes he made a few concise comments. And then once more he came to the side of the couch and gazed at the patient. Then he drew a chair near and sat down and stretched out his hand and took hers into it. She lay there as beautiful and still as a marble statue. Her dark hair fell upon the pillow and over the edge toward the carpet. Her dark lashes rested on her cheek. Her features were small, and there was a dimple near her mouth and a dent in her chin. Her eyebrows were wide and beautiful as a bird's wing. She was called Jessamine Halliday. One wasted hand lay outside on the quilt and held a sprig of the white jessamine blossom loosely. Only by the scarcely visible motion of the lace about her throat and breast could one have told that she lived. The doctor kept her hand in his silently for a few minutes. And he looked toward the garden, where the wind came and went softly among the May blossoms, and where the bees already hummed. Then, in a low voice, he spoke. "The reaper goes," said he, "over the great city. His wings are famine and overwork, but his eyes are merciful. He stands now upon the threshold of a room. None who are in the room see him or think of him. He is their deliverer, the only one they have or can have, but their whole life is spent in keeping him at bay. They think only how they shall manage to live, to exist. They think of that, though there is nothing in life which they can hope for to make it pleasant and worth living. They ask for nothing but to work hard, and to gather a few pence at the end. The fear that the hard work will fail them is the haunting fear of their lives. The room is a low attic with a slanting roof and a small window. The window is open, but just outside is a wall with other small windows. The one opposite has a broken pane stuffed with rags. There is a stifling smell in the room, for it is filled with people at work. Under the window are two men cutting pieces of fur into shape on a wooden table. Across the fireplace is a board on trestles, and here a lad nails the fur and stretches it. In another corner is an old wooden bedstead, worm-eaten, moth-destroyed, and revolting. Here a sick woman sits, and her shaking fingers hold some strips of the fur. She never raises her head. She sews and looks at the work. When she coughs badly, she has to wait for a minute, but her trembling fingers set to the work again feverishly. At the other end of the room are two other women sewing as she does. They are all three elderly, and all three are leaden-eyed and pale and exhausted. They are working now as they have worked all their lives. The sick woman on the bed has 2 children to keep. Her husband died 5 months ago, but for 2 years before his death he was ill and could not work. She kept him, too. She is thinking now of the 2 little ones locked in the garret in the opposite court, and waiting for her to come back to feed them. All her life she has worked as she works now, but she has never made for herself or for them one wholesome set of clothes, nor cooked one satisfying meal. And now there are sores upon her face, her hair has been cut away in patches, her eyes are half blind, and her cheeks are sunken so that the bones threaten to pierce them, and her skin burns with fever. Once she looks up, and in her eyes is a horrible fear. Something frightens her. The women at the other end of the room have been talking loudly and complainingly, and the man at the table is answering them angrily. "You can do it or not as you like," he says in a rough voice. "Is it my fault, I asks? What does the governor say to me? He says I may take the furs at 2 and 6 a dozen less, or I may leave them alone. He says he knows a chap that will do them lower than that. It's nothing to me, he says, who does them or who doesn't. I'm not going to waste my time talking, he says. And if he knocks off my pay, where am I? Is it my fault that I take a penny here or a penny there off yours? How am I to live, I want to know? There are plenty of women waiting to take your places, and you know that as well as I do." He swears as he talks, and the women are silent after a time. She, on the bed, has never spoken. Her eyes sink back to her work, and her cheek has gone deadly pale. She lays her hand on her breast for a moment. The baby at home is but 6 months old, and how is it to be fed? Night comes. At last the lights are put out in the workroom, and the woman can go home. She creeps upstairs to the garret in the opposite court, full of sick fear and misery. She is always frightened when she leaves them so long alone. Tonight, when she opens the door, she finds the eldest child wailing on the floor, and the baby lying in the cradle, white and weak, with scarcely a breath passing between its lips. And the fear comes into the mother's face again, and she feels at her breast and cries to one who has come up the stairs behind her, "Doctor, doctor, for the Lord's love, give me a drink of broth. For the child's sake, doctor." But the reaper, unseen and merciful, followed her from the workroom. He stands now beside her in the garret, and his eyes are merciful and tender. He lays his hand upon mother and child. He does it now, for this is no dream. He steps nearer. He gathers these two and lays them to rest in his bosom. The doctor's voice ceased, and when it had stopped, the wind was heard whispering through the trees, and he still held one of the white hands of Jessamine in his own. The other hand had let fall the blossom. "The reaper goes over the great city," spoke the doctor once more, "and his wings are idleness and riches, but his eyes are flames of wrath. And he stands upon the threshold of the room, and he cries, 'How long, O Lord, how long?' And a voice goes out like the whispering of wind in the blossoms of the trees, and the voice says, 'Lay not thine hand to the root, but give time for repentance, and bid the sick arise, and work, and suffer.'" The doctor stopped and turned from the window, and the girl's eyes were wide open and were fixed upon his. And then he lifted her with his arm, and while she lay back against his shoulder, he fed her slowly in small sips with the strong and fragrant soup. "Is the woman dead?" whispered the patient. "Yes," said the doctor. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Just 1 year and 1 month passed, and upon a mild June evening, Dr. Cornerstone sat talking with a friend in his study. The windows were thrown open, and the blinds were not drawn. When for a time the square was silent, and no one passed up it with the shriek or the whoop by which born Londoners try to assure themselves of mirth at the heart, a rustle of trees was heard, and from the window, for the room was on the first story, were to be seen interlaced branches and leaves, with the gaslight of the square very prettily shining upon them. In the daytime the trees looked black and dry, and exhausted the spirit rather than refreshed it, but at night they put on something of their pristine character. Besides the trees, high between the chimneys of the great hospital opposite, one saw a star or two. Around the square, which was in comparison a well of silence, the roar of the city went like some evil and despairing beast. Dr. Cornerstone sat on an armchair with his feet stretched out. Business was not quite as brisk with him as usual. In June the people were neither choked with poisonous heat nor nipped to the heart with cold. In June Dr. Cornerstone had a less grim look than ordinary. He appeared quite sweet-tempered now as he enjoyed this unusual leisure with a friend by his side. From upstairs sometimes, at those moments when no beat of human feet passed up the square, one heard the measured creak of a rocking chair and the sound of a sweet voice singing an old song. "Go from the window, love, go, go from the window, my dear. The wind and the rain will not drive you back again. You may not be lodged here." That was Dr. Cornerstone's wife rocking her baby. Opposite to the doctor, on another easy chair, sat an old friend named Carteret. He was a small man, and he did not stretch himself out, but crumpled his body up, and hugged it with his crossed arms. And he thrust forward his thin, eager face, and fixed his eyes steadily on one spot in the carpet, as though a hand wrote something there for him to read. "And so she did not die, after all," Carteret was saying. "Die? Oh, dear me, no. Certainly not." "Have you a name for her illness?" "I call it a splenetic seizure brought on by ennui and excessive high breeding." "No disease?" "None. A mere fantasy, a pose. Her imagination had been touched by the picturesque interest of mortal decay upon aesthetic furniture." "Ah, what medicine can purge such sickliness?" "One only. I administered the pill which they call reality. In silver wrapping, it may be." Carteret grimaced at the carpet. "A few visits unfolded her nature to me, if indeed it be nature. I never saw a creature so fatally feminine. She was just a pretty piece of sexuality. She never thought of herself save as a dainty bit of flesh which some great man would buy." "A professional—" "Beauty," interposed Cornerstone, "and with a high price for which she would stand out. Poor wretch! They are what society makes them." "And they take to it kindly." "Some do. As to her, I do not know that. Something tormented her. She had tried every conceivable contortion by which to kill time. She was clever. I never met with a more able nor a more restless little mind. One year she had been artistic, another learned, a third aesthetic, a fourth political, and so on. She was fond of horses, it appears, but not with constancy. She told me that in the autumn she would sometimes shoot and fish like a man, but in spite of all, the days gaped at her, blank and empty. Mortally sick of herself and her amusements, in short. And so her final resource was death. I never saw so highly self-conscious a creature, nor one so intuitively aware how the graces of a lifelong demeanor may be rounded off at last by a poetic exit from the stage. I fancy the purveyors to fashionable drawing-rooms must have entreated her presence from motives similar to those which prompt them to seek out exotics for the decoration of the table. Her own personality appears to have been her single, sustained, and successful study. But she had a will, and had she not puzzled the doctors? When I found her, she was certainly in danger, floating gracefully down the stream of life to the dark river at the end." "And you plucked at her skirts with the rough hand and saved her?" "I did so." "And when you had set her up on her legs again, if one may surmise legs in so superlative a creature, how did it work?" "My pill, you mean?" "Yes, your pill, reality." "Like madness in the brain. She got well, and plunged into new fevers of restlessness. To infuse reality with sober effects, one needs a prepared system. She got a sufficient hold of my notions to run new crazes with them. She read Thoreau and Browning's Waring, and caricatured the ideas in her self-conscious mode. By August, she was dressed in unbleached calico and prints at twopence a yard. In the early winter, she was running over the East End with a train of lovers. At the turn of the year, I heard of her lecturing on a public platform, the audience chiefly composed of men. Carteret shrugged up his shoulders and stretched one lean hand out toward the spot on the carpet with a derisive grimace. "If," said he, "I were a doctor, and it is perhaps a providential dispensation that I am not, I should, cornerstone, use some discrimination in my art of healing." "I agree with you, theoretically." "I might, for instance," continued Carteret, "have thought it scarcely worth while to bring this pretty humbug back to life." "But," said the doctor, "a pound or two of healthy human flesh is more valuable in the eyes of our profession than gold of Ophir, and as rare." "And she, this artificial minx, is sound?" "To the core, Carteret. Besides," the doctor paused and sighed, "she is a woman." "And therefore destined to be a breeder of sinners." Dr. Cornerstone stretched himself out further, folded his hands, leaned his head on the back of his chair, and contemplated the movements of a moth about the ceiling. "Being a woman," said he, "I both pitied and had hopes of her." "You were always an optimist." "An optimist? No. Try a day's doctoring among the people, and ask yourself if such a thing be possible. But a man whose bitter repast is mitigated by a seasoning of hope, yes." "And how did you manage to fish up that bright-colored thing from the rag-bag of this life?" "One day I sat thinking, and I got an idea. Carteret, did you ever get an idea?" "I? Never." The doctor smiled at the moth. Carteret looked up at him with expectation. He was a man whose pleasures lay almost exclusively on the mental side, and his face was worn with the partly conscious martyrdom of deprivation. In thought, in conversation, he was the peer of his fellows, but not elsewhere. An insistence upon the wholeness of human nature, the identity of body and soul, an exhortation from the pagan school to partake of life's feast freely, genially, and without fear, must be irony to some men, and but bitter advice to innumerable women. "The truth is," said the doctor, "we look at things with a too limited eye, and are constitutionally invalided. We are not robust enough to bear to accept the processes of nature, and we distrust some of our own best faculties." "By the last, you mean, I presume, that offense against priesthood, mind energy, that which bids us to dare, do, will, and think, and one may add to pull down the house about our ears by way of letting in the skies." "Surely energy manifests itself in reserve, self-control, masterly silence, and patience, as well as in the more obvious activity. But you are right, it was this mind-energy I alluded to. And I note that the quality is not so much found alarming in a man's own mind as in that of his neighbor, the other man." "Or the other woman." "Of her chief and foremost," cried the doctor, "whom we are so slow to recognize as our neighbor. Well, the idea that came to me was simply a sudden flashing appreciation of mind energy as the one thing to be trusted in, cherished, and cultivated above all other qualities, and in all persons, without distinction of sex. It was an inspiration of faith in what we have within ourselves of the best. It was a revolt against invalidish prudence, and an invitation toward robust daring anywhere and everywhere, even so far as to say that we ought not so much to name mistaken results disaster as the common practice of servile imitation and faint-hearted acquiescence. The cost being not counted too great, so that genuinely new ideas are opened out to a failing world? Precisely. Well, all I can say is that to a dead certainty the mere suggestion of such a thing will set all our hens, male and female, cackling. Yet I found this sudden premonition of trustworthiness in mind energy extraordinarily refreshing. It was as though I had lifted up windows in the soul and seen new horizons. "It is all very well," said Carteret, "but plenty of people will tell you that you can't trust a child with fire, nor Phaeton with the chariot of the sun." Oh, undoubtedly there might be some ferment and a little danger at first, but the education would be gradual. And in my opinion, fewer houses would be burned down, and there would be fewer unpleasant accidents with the fiery elements, if people were guided by explanations instead of being handed mechanical rules. "Possibly," said Carteret. "Moreover, life has an odd habit of calling unwilling Phaetons to drive ghostly chariots along perilous ways without any preparation. I propose simply an assiduous cultivation of the mind, so that the man may be prepared to rise to sudden emergencies. The man," here the doctor paused and sighed, "and also the woman." "Ah, now we return to our Jessamine." Carteret settled himself in his chair like a child expecting a story. While the doctor collected his thoughts, a belated organ-grinder at the end of the square turned on his instrument, played a few bars spasmodically, and left off with the dominant seventh unresolved. "Yes, here we return to her," said he at last. "Life does not exempt these untrained travelers from the usual problems. 'Your right decision or your life,' cries that constant and remorseless old highwayman to every soul, male or female alike, and he will take no excuses nor admit palliations. Yet the education of our Jessamines is into the suppression and rarely into the exercise of mind energy. It is a prolonged process of curtailment and stunting of the faculties on which right choice and firm vitalizing decisions depend. This leaves the nature pliant to the cultivation of certain characteristics, which, being exaggerated, leave them particularly open to sudden dilemmas. The unfortunate creature! She has never been taught even to shoot at a mark or to do anything with a trigger save scream at it." "Just so." "It is our infernal selfishness, women crammed inside the coach out of the way of the view, while man bosses it on the box seat and breathes the air. It is precisely this contact with the fresh air, this command of the wide view, which I claim for all, but demand particularly for women as a necessary condition of their wholesome development. You perceive, Carteret, what a flat catalogue of conventional virtues we impose upon women, assuming them to be the characteristics of the whole sex. Now, I am by no means certain that the catalogue does not include some very deplorable elements, which result in unmitigated harm, both racially and socially. At any rate, in varied individualities there must be difference all through, yet one type of character is handed to all, with the advice, please copy. But no virtue is effective that is not living and spontaneous. And how can a set of fictitious rules give these women any guidance in self-management? You see, said Carteret, it was a man who bore the sins of the world. The woman has the far more onerous office of going into the wilderness as a scapegoat bearing its virtues. Just so, said Cornerstone. I have always held, continued Carteret dryly, that our great national improvidence lies in the two departments of our refuse and our women. The distinctions of sex, where they are arbitrary, are in themselves a waste. Why squander individuality in rules? The manner of a woman's thoughts, deeds, and words is prescribed, as you say, beforehand by society. Her very love must be according to platitudes and the code. It must be a beautiful fidelity, affection, sentiment, but not a passion like a man's. But supposing a woman fall into something indecorously natural? Well, then comes the rub, for which their education has not prepared them. All coercion and restriction from outside instead of from within is merely painful without fruitful result. When I first saw Jessamine, I was considering this very point. I went one day to the park at the fashionable hour to watch the faces. After 10 minutes, I knew I had got fast among a circle of the damned. I saw that the place was a wheel, round which, in slow, immortal weariness, souls damned for idleness were being drawn. L'ennui, fruit de la morue incuriosité, prend les proportions de l'immortalité, murmured Carteret. It was a bad sort of sight. I found only the very young girls at all tolerable. Youth in itself is a triumph and a hope. But even there the indefinable tracing of pain and coercion had begun. Not one, even of the girls, carried her fetters unconsciously. The iron entered into their souls. I fancied they leaned back in their carriages with closed lips in despair. "Lord, how you exaggerate!" exclaimed Carteret. "I think not," replied the doctor, "not when you make allowances for exceptions. I've nothing to say, for instance, of the emancipated woman of the well-to-do middle class, beyond a friendly grip of the hand such as one bestows on an equal. Neither have I to do just now with the multitude of women toilers of the masses. And I will leave out of the question also the recognized prostitute. I am occupied simply with the unemancipated daughter of the aristocracy, the plutocracy, and the upper and lower middle classes. With the idle lady, the superfluous female, in short. Just so. No, I do not exaggerate. I assure you, Carteret, that in all the hours I stood there watching, I never saw one man and woman speak to each other with the free and independent dignity of equals, conscious of obligations to the world they live in. It was all sexuality on the one side, with its correlative sensuality on the other. Whereupon a furious and blinding rage fell upon me. I stood as a stone in my place, wishing that I had the whip of small cords with which the Lord drove the swine down the hill into destruction. Your theology, Cornerstone, is somewhat mixed, but is always efficient. And while I stood, thus stupefied, an open Victoria drew up by the rails close beside me. I think the princess was passing. There were two women in the carriage, one quite elderly, the other a girl in her teens. The heart of the old one had perished. She did not suffer, because mortification had set in. But then she was no longer human. The other was, as I say, young. I thought at first she did not suffer either. She leaned back and did not lift her eyes. Her face was soft and quiet and beautiful. "Ah, Miss Halliday." That was the first time I saw her. Carteret, there are faces which issue from nature's hand as from a dream. It is as though she sat musing upon an idea, as an artist might do, picking up a trait here and a feature there until it is made perfect, and then she sends it out into a thankless world. What shall we do with our beautiful women? It was a little face, not one of those big, bouncing, full-blown roses, but soft and rare, small and exquisite. And then she had an air which turned the whole place into a picture. Her name is Jessamine, and Jessamine describes her, and she held a spray of the flower in her hand. They say she always has leaf or blossom by her. Well, as I gazed, I became suddenly aware that I impeded the desire of some other person to get near her, and a voice spoke over my shoulder. Ugh, that voice! A thread of vice ran through it, like the twang of a broken wire. A thin trickle of disease dropped out with every syllable. But what did the fellow say? Nothing. How do you do, Miss Halliday? So fortunate to catch a glimpse of you. You enjoyed last night. So glad. Coming tonight to Lady S.'s. So glad. Shall I be there? Can you ask? Reserve me a waltz. No, a waltz. The doctor rose up from his seat and took 2 or 3 turns along the room. Then he paused opposite Carteret's chair. I say the face had an ineffable quality, he said. A violet before now has plucked at my heart. In flowers there are thoughts too deep for tears. A beautiful face with that indescribable something in it, that poetic suggestion, will stir my soul as a passage of music might. It will lift up my thought for a week. But before my mind had pictured the paradise about this modern Eve, I saw already the snake lurking in the grass, fatal, horrible. The doctor reseated himself. I turned away, but as I turned, I heard someone answering for the young girl. The voice said, "Dear Lord Harriet, we receive a few favoured friends at 5 this evening for tea. Come round and settle about the dance with dearest Jessamine." I turned again. Why, I cannot say. Lord Harriet was occupied with that old Jezebel. The girl had moved her pretty head, and was looking at me. It was the strangest moment. I don't think she saw me, really, but she let me read in her face like a book. There was complacent vanity there in large measure. They say Harriet is the greatest catch in Europe. So heavily does our beautiful civilization handicap the strong against the weak and diseased. But struggling through this miasmic cloud, I saw a look in her eyes. These cried to me, plainer than words, "Rescue me, rescue me." Dr. Cornerstone paused. A thin noise of rain fell among the trees in the square, and the step of a man in haste went by. When they called me to her bedside, I was not astonished. said the doctor presently in a low voice. It could not surprise me that she had chosen to die. Ah. Her eyes, it was 3 years or so after the scene in the park that they called me in, kept always that look. They are astonishingly deep and somber. They cast a mystery over the face. I have had the conviction sometimes, when she turned them toward me with their inscrutable pathos, that it is humanity itself which cries to one through eyes like that, the sufferings of generations having been concentrated into one pair of orbs. They look at you with the pent-up grief of a race. Or is it prevision of her own? Dr. Cornerstone made no reply. He rose once more from his chair and began once more to perambulate slowly up and down the chamber. Meanwhile, Carteret got his hand into his coat pocket and began to fumble in it with a slow, hesitating air. At length he drew out a copy of an evening paper. "Have you heard the news?" said he. "What news? Is there anything new under the sun?" "This paragraph, for instance." "What about?" "It is headed, it appears to be about Miss Halliday." The doctor stopped in his walk, and his brow contracted uneasily. "Ah, she has married Lord Harriot." "No," returned Carteret. "No, not that. The paragraph is headed, 'Mysterious Disappearance of Miss Jessamine Halliday.'" End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. The morning after the doctor's talk with Carteret, a servant entered his consulting room and handed him a letter. It had no postmark and had been pushed into the letter-box by some person unknown. Nor was anyone aware at what hour, for the deliverer had neither rung nor knocked. The doctor took it without curiosity, supposing it to be one of the constantly received demands for help in illness or poverty. But a certain prosperous air about the envelope, a suggestion of luxury in the thick, creamy paper, above all the firm, characteristic handwriting so expressive of culture, caught his attention. He opened the letter at once, and found it to be one of several sheets in an unknown hand. Then he glanced at the signature, and read to his infinite surprise the name Jessamine Halliday. After which Dr. Cornerstone sat down and immediately perused the contents. They were as follows. Dear Dr. Cornerstone, before you receive this letter, you will have heard the news, and the news is that I have disappeared. As a rule, when one reads of mysterious disappearances in the papers, it really means that the people appear for the first time. They come to the surface, labeled disappeared, and then you hear of their existence. One was not aware of it before, and one certainly would not have missed them. But everybody has heard of Jessamine Halliday, and if, like Helen of Troy, she take it into her head to disappear, it will be a true sensation. One owes it to society to create an excitement sometimes. All the society papers will have a leading article, and people will rush to buy. The photographers will make a fortune of my picture, and all the men at all the clubs will say, "By Jove!" Even royalty will deign to raise a perturbed eyebrow. But not a creature of them all will know where I am, and not a creature of them all will really care twopence. But you, Dr. Cornerstone, savage mentor, you are not in society, and perhaps you will care the least little bit in the world. Somehow or another I have not the heart to drop quite out of sight without nodding adieu and whispering in your ear that all is well. Besides, in some sense, you are at the bottom of this freak of mine and ought to share a little of the responsibility. Did you not take a great deal on your shoulders when you called me back to life? The world might have been saved much mischief, and I some hurt, if you had let me slide away. Sometimes, do other people feel it? When I am most gay and triumphant and most admired and most charming, and, dear doctor, am I not a charmer? Something stretches out toward me from an immeasurable distance. It comes swift and straight from a far, far place where it waits for me, and it touches me on the heart and on the brow so that I grow still and afraid. It seems to me as though a future unknown friend or foe steps up to this little soul, Jessamine, who is not in the least like Helen of Troy, scratch that out, dear doctor, to make a terrible claim upon her. What am I? What are we, doctor? We little women, I mean. You have answered many questions, but never that. The ancients said we had no souls, and perhaps they were right. The moderns say we care for nothing but an armchair and a good fire and a cup of tea and a novel, and to have some man slaving for us, or else they gird at us for our tiresome desire to be emancipated, which some call immodest. I think there must be truth in all this, because the moderns have got all the light. People tell us so many things with such an air, and they write them down in print, so that it is no wonder we come to believe them, and to act upon them, if we don't happen to have any extra force of mind, that is. And then people who rise to poetry say we would sell our best friend for a diamond, and they give historic instances which seem to prove everything, though sometimes afterward I have remembered historic instances of quite the contrary. I wonder, doctor, if I would do so. I love diamonds. In those horrid moments when the unknown foe, I think it must be a foe, startles me, I feel as though I were a falling star. My heart runs down so quickly. Something meant to be set on high in a fixed and constant path, but falling just anywhere, and I am so frightened that I would, if I could, catch hold of any big virtue to save myself. But you said I had no virtues, only inherited tendencies, though you gave me hopes of making up a few if I should exercise tremendous effort. I think I have done very well in a year. Everybody says I'm quite a genius and in full possession of all the light of the age. And all I did has been reported in the society papers. Miss Jessamine Halliday has consented to take a stall at the bazaar for the distressed costermongers. Miss Halliday insists upon the duty of plain attire, and does not fall into the common error of supposing that luxurious expenditure is good for trade. That was you, doctor, and I went up in everybody's estimation like a rocket. They said it was such a stroke of genius to see that, instead of putting the money into our own fancy dresses, we might put it into the fund for the costermongers. You see, doctor, that people will listen to your grim phrases from my mouth. How they did stare when I stood on a platform and lectured them on general topics. I looked my best, they say, and how everybody did applaud. Dear doctor, I have one virtue. I like you who were so savage to me and who spoke such terrible words. I like your little finger better than the whole heap of trumpery souls that form my range of acquaintances. And I hate the world. Yes, I do, doctor. I hate it. I hate it most when the unknown foe comes and touches me. I cry, then, real tears out of my heart, if I have such a thing. Lord Harriot and Messrs. So-and-so say I have not. Aunt Arabella does not know one bit how, where, or why I have disappeared. I owe it to her to spite her mightily. All my long, long life, I am 21, I can remember nothing but Aunt Arabella's care and Aunt Arabella's teaching and Aunt Arabella's dearest Jessamine and Aunt Arabella's deportment, so that you will understand I owe her something. I will tell you just the truth, though it is all quite inexplicable, and it is this. I was as near as possible engaged to Lord Harriot. Aunt Arabella said it was more than nearly, that in real fact I was engaged to him, and that, after behaving as I had behaved, no honourable girl could draw back. When she says this, she says what is not true. Like Caesar, I come, I see, I conquer, but there is not a living soul dares to accuse me of so much as lifting an eyelid to attract any man. Ah, how full of scorn my soul is sometimes. When I enter a drawing-room and see a strange gentleman there, I know that in 5 minutes he will be beseeching the hostess for an introduction to the dark lady with the jessamine in her hair. Dear doctor, it is not my fault. I think of them as if they were whipped curs, and Harriet I loathe. Dear doctor, I did not forget your lessons. I tried to lead a new life of simplicity and usefulness. Indeed, I did. Perhaps I did not quite know the way. Perhaps I shall have more time to think when I have got this business of being married over, and it is off my mind once and for always. Aunt Arabella did so hate you. When I got better, she would not let me ask you to the house as a friend. She said it was not proper, and that you wore such strange boots. Will you give me one to keep in a glass case in my bedroom to help me to be good, the boot that has walked so many miles, that the wearer may do so much kindness? When I got better, I heard that a new beauty had arrived in London, and that she was trying to catch Harriet. He is the biggest catch in Europe, you know, doctor. I tell you because you are not in society, and so perhaps have not heard. And only a real beauty so much as dares to try for him. But I never tried at all, and yet there he was, at my feet. Still, I own I felt curious to see the new beauty who was angling for Harriet, and I created a tremendous sensation by going to the Duchess of S's ball in a dress made of unbleached calico and no jewels at all. I did it because of you, doctor, and you never saw such a work of art as that dress was, nor how exquisitely the dull cream color suited me. They say I never looked so lovely. Well, I saw the new beauty there. She was a large blonde thing in pink and diamonds, and I never lifted even the tail of my eye to Harriet. I loathe him. But he followed me all the evening like a dog, and when I talked to any other person, he would have my bouquet of jessamine to hold. As for the large blonde thing, I was sorry to see how she changed her color. How sick of myself I was when I got home. Aunt Arabella said I had behaved so beautifully, that my conduct was so perfectly ladylike. And there came a feeling into my heart, when she was speaking to me, that I would rush out into the street in my wonderful calico dress, and dance and scream and shout, as I had been told the bad girls at the East End do. Only, of course, I did not. I kissed Aunt Arabella on the cheek, and went upstairs with my maid behind. Dear doctor, I have so tried to be and to do as you said. But perhaps, very likely, I did not quite know the way. I gave all the money saved from dress, there was not so much, to the charity organization. You said the charity organization, did you not? And I read Mill and Thoreau, and I learned such quantities of Browning. One day I brought a crossing sweeper into the house to be warmed and fed. It was in the society papers next week, but Aunt Arabella said I must not on any account do such a thing again. He made such a mess, and people talked so, and a small crowd collected, and it upset the footmen. I brought him in at the front door, and made him stand his broom in the hall. I chose a wet, muddy day on purpose, because of course it is more horrid to be a crossing sweeper on such a day than any. And you said that one man was as good as another, but James and Thomas did not seem to think so, and Aunt Arabella says they gave notice. Well, as I said, I loathe Harriet, but he took a great interest in my work and helped me. Dear doctor, I do so hope you think it really was work. And this matter of my marriage is so tiresome until it is settled. And Aunt Arabella said I should be able to do so much more good and to be so much more useful if I were Lady Harriet. And of course he is the biggest catch in Europe. I only wish there were a bigger. And then the large blonde thing was still trying, and she ought to know her place, an American. And as I have said, the important thing is marriage, and one must get it over one time or another. And so things went on, until one evening, a fortnight ago, when, for once, Aunt Arabella must have arranged it, we were at home and alone, and Lord Harriet came in to call. He brought a present for me. I love jewels. This was really the most splendid jewel I had ever seen. It was a bracelet, and it was in the shape of a snake, coiled several times round. The eyes were two enormous diamonds, and the neck and upper part glittered with alternate diamonds and sapphires, and the tail ended in a wonderful sapphire. I never saw such stones, and such taste. Lord Harriet unfastened the case and laid it on the table. He said it was a trifling offering to the most beautiful woman in England, and I stood looking down at it. For though I have plenty of jewels, I always want some more. And just then James came in with candles. Of course, nobody ever notices a footman, but somehow on that occasion I happened to do so. He brought the candelabra to the table where the case lay, and I saw him glance at the jewel, and I saw a little significant smile come into his eyes, quite a different look from the servant look, and it made me furious. But I do not know why. I think if James had not come in and worn that little smile in his eyes, I might be married and done for at this moment. After setting the candelabra on the table, James went round the room, drawing the curtains in quite the ordinary way, and Lord Harriet went on talking in a low voice. I do not know what he said, for I was wondering what James meant by his odious smile, and making up my mind that I would tell Aunt Arabella to give him notice next morning. Aunt Arabella, she is always present when Lord Harriet calls, to see that I do not forget my manners, and by my manners I mean the woman's way of being soft and sweet and smiling when she is really eaten up with fury and hate. The slave's way sometimes, I think, doctor. But then I think such out-of-the-way things, and all the men tell me they are my slaves. But Aunt Arabella, she sat in a remote corner, quite oblivious of us, and she was sewing the eternal altar cloth, which makes everyone think her so pious, and Lord Harriet talked. But I heard and knew nothing. I was thinking why James had that odd smile in his eye. And while I thought, I became aware that I was holding out my arm unconsciously, and that upon the wrist Lord Harriet was clasping the jewel. It was then that the strange mood came upon me in a moment. I felt my unknown foe pressing me on the heart and on the brow, and the jewel looked like a fetter on my wrist that was going to chain me up forever. And just at that moment, Lord Harriot's hand gently touched my bare arm. And when he touched my arm, I felt as though the snake were a live one, and that it was cold and slimy and horrible. I shook my arm free from the jewel in a moment, and it fell clattering upon the table. And I looked at Lord Harriot. I know I did it because Aunt Arabella sprang up from her seat, dropped the altar cloth on the floor, and said something. I looked at him as though he were a snake. And I heard my own voice saying quite coldly and quietly, "Thank you, Lord Harriot, I will not have your jewel. I do not like snakes." And then I walked out of the room, but not before I saw him turn pale with fury. And when I got to my bedroom, I felt sorry because the jewel was so pretty, and because I knew he would take it straight to the blonde person. And I began to walk up and down in the twilight. It would be all very well if I could have the bracelet without the giver, but a girl can't accept handsome presents like that without being engaged. And it would be all very well if I could be Lord Harriot's widow, but there is such a dark place between. And, oh, dear doctor, I loathe that dark place so. The seeing him day after day, and never any more being able to escape until death comes. I wonder why marriage is so hateful to me. It is not to all girls, for a few, one or two, have told me they were glad. The others were indifferent, or miserable, or frightened, or pious and resigned. I think very few would be married if it were not for the flattery and triumph and the fuss of the wedding day, and if there were anything else to do. Men play upon our vanity, and that, of course, is prodigious. I think sometimes that no girl would be married at all if there were anything else possible. But of course there is not. And all these thoughts have only come to me since that fatal bracelet evening. I said many such things to myself then as I walked up and down the room. But by and by the fury went out of my mind, and the twilight gathered about me, and I began to feel so strange. I began to remember some of the things you had said, only this time, though they were yours, they seemed to be coming back to me through my own heart. You told me to work and to live simply. I thought I really had been trying, but tonight as I walked about in the dusk, it seemed as though it had been all by rote. I felt like a shadow in a vain world. I am so sick of shadows. And then the unknown foe came to me, and I felt my heart swelling and my brow throbbing, and the tears rushed out of my eyes. I stretched my hands about in the darkness, feeling for something that I could not find. My heart beat so. I had a feeling of great trouble in my mind. It was no use praying. If you had prayed at Aunt Arabella's knee as a little child, and by her side in church all through your young life, you would never want to pray, nor dream of doing it when trouble comes. But after a time I sat down in the big armchair in the corner. It began to grow dark, and a moonbeam suddenly came and laid a long, thin streak of light upon the carpet and up my dress. And while I sat with my hands tight clasped on my knee, my great idea came into my mind. It was like an inspiration, and I remembered you had told me to seize hold of an inspiration, if ever I got one, and to trust to it. A voice out of my own heart said to me, "The world is vain. Go out of it. You feel like a shadow? Step into the real. You are sick of shams? Try vigorous work." It seemed so simple when it was said, and yet the being able to say it was like the clapping of thunder after a long, still, sultry day. And I thought I would, Doctor. I thought I would leave Aunt Arabella and all my finery, and that I would go out alone into the workaday world and see what it is like. I have no idea what it is like, but I mean to see. The having the inspiration to do it was the difficult thing. The moment it got into my brain, I made out a whole scheme quickly. The scheme I will not impart even to you, dear doctor, but only the inspiration. I am telling you that you may know a cruel fate has not befallen me, but that I am where I have chosen to be. As I sat in my armchair and made my plans, I began to laugh. I clapped my hands softly in the darkness. It seemed so charming, so new, the best thing I had ever devised, and the most startling. All the society papers will talk, Harriet will rave, and my Aunt Arabella will— Dear Doctor, it was just there that a cruel little thought came and tripped up my joy as it went dancing along the future path I had sketched for it. Supposing, I asked myself, supposing you can never, never, never get rid of your Aunt Arabella. Supposing that when you were a little child, with heart as soft as the softest clay, and limbs like unkneaded dough, and a mind like an unwritten page, your Aunt Arabella wrote all over it, and gave a twist to your heart, and a turn to your limbs, that you can never, never, never get rid of. Supposing that, hate her as you may, your Aunt Arabella has become a part of you, which you can never throw off until all your body falls into decay. Perhaps not then. Perhaps when your soul flies away even, it will carry your Aunt Arabella with it. I thought of it until my heart went cold like a stone from terror. I seemed to be like a creature coming to life for the first moment, to find itself, without choice of its own, in a terrible labyrinth without chance of escape. And there I sat down and wept, and my unknown foe sat down and wept with me. So many thoughts, dear doctor, had never come into my mind before. It seems to me that when you have opened the way to one inspiration, you cannot close the door before a host of unwished and uninvited followers have entered. But what I thought only made me more determined. I would go away, lose myself, hide. And I wished there had been a pool of Siloam somewhere, into which I could have stepped down and got rid of the Aunt Arabella in me, and washed myself clean of her, and come out upon the other side just Jessamine, and no more. How strange that here, on my first venture into an independent life, I should find myself so mixed and fictitious a creature that I knew not how to calculate upon myself. But one thing, doctor, I am certain of. I am going to do a good and useful thing, and perhaps the world will know of it afterward, and I shall be a leader, a pioneer, and others will follow me. Dear doctor, I am going out like the apostles and the teachers of old to do good. Believe it of your little patient. But, promise me one thing. Don't tell Aunt Arabella even this one word. She doesn't care, in her heart of hearts, what happens to me. She has nothing but an ambition for me, by means of which she herself would step up higher. Don't let her come and ferret me out. Your grateful and reformed Jessamine Halliday. Dr. Cornerstone finished the letter, folded it up, and placed it in his pocket. And then he sighed. "Tell Aunt Arabella," said he. "I think I would bite my own tongue out first, Jessamine. But, oh, my fairest among fair women, that dip into the pool of Siloam is, as you surmise, no easy business." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. A peasant farmer in a remote district of the Highlands stood at the door of his cottage conversing with his wife. The man's name was John Mackenzie, and the little tract of land which he tilled was named Drynach. The cottage was a roomy place, designed and built by amateur hands, with some assistance from the mason and carpenter. The architecture was primitive and odd, but the whole result was comfort, space, and decency. The owner, a strapping fellow of 35 years, with a dark beard and fine grey eyes, leaned up against the side of a porch which was creeper-covered with the hardy convolvulus. The season was unusually hot and dry, and on this glorious July afternoon the sun poured down such mighty rays as are not often felt in the Highlands. The farmers looked thirstily day by day for rain, lamenting the moisture necessary to their light and sandy soil, but accommodating their minds, with the patience of their race, to the perversity of a climate which rarely blesses the efforts of human toil with liberal assistance. The country was bleak, poor, and yet beautiful, having much natural splendor, though little luxuriance for human needs. A broad valley spread between the hill ranges. Here and there lay a silvery loch. The universal heather ground was broken by the green gold of ripening corn, the verdure of sparse pastures, or bluish drills of turnips and potatoes. Every level and brae that would give some return to culture carried its crop. Woods of birch, low, grey, and bushy, covered the knolls of unredeemed land, or the glorious growth of heather spread undisturbed, while isolated groups of pine shot sombrely upward, strengthening the air with their fine aroma. Fir woods covered the lower hills, where, according to the farmer's opinion, sheep should have been grazing, and the higher hills, with their solemn, unapproachable sides, reflected the mute language of the sky in the perpetual change of light and shadow. On this still July afternoon, nothing stirred in the air, save here and there the white wing of a loch gull. No sound met the ear, save the light domestic noises from inside the cottage, and now and then the shout of a peasant child herding cows at a distance. "I must be off to fetch the kye home," said John Mackenzie to some person invisible within the cottage. "Aye," responded a voice, "there you stand like a crow in a cornfield, just always ready to be away." It was a soft voice, with a musical fall and rise and drawl in it, a measured temperance of long habit, conveying sharp words harmlessly, and it belonged to John Mackenzie's wife, Annie. "Where will the bonny wee lassie be?" inquired John, lowering his voice and peering round curiously. "She is just drinking her tea in her room." "She will soon be through with that," returned John. "It is no a very great occupation." "Oh yes, she will soon be through." "And an awful uncommon hour for tea drinking, Annie." "Indeed, we will no be finding fault with newfangled notions that have their uses. It will just be giving me time to look round and to find myself again." 5 o'clock is no a very decorous hour for tea," insisted Mackenzie. "But she's bonny," added he softly. "And you will have been saying that a good few times, John Mackenzie." "Annie." "Ah, weel." I was just in a terrification when I was seeing her first. I call her awful bonny. It fetches a body's breath to see a lassie like that stepping out of a train her lane, and coming up and just saying, 'Are you John Mackenzie?' Indeed, and it will be making a woman start to see her step into the kitchen like a wraith, and to hear her saying, 'Shall I wash up for you, Mrs. Mackenzie?' It will be an awful strange dispensation for us, Annie." "Ah, we must be taking the Lord's will as it falls upon us, and she pays well." "Oh, yes, it's a good input. She pays well, though she's but a lassie, and a bonny one. So bonny that she casts a shadow. Aye, she makes the wee bit hoosie look ill-sorted, and such a sight of bonniness going her lane makes a body think." "I'm thinking we may just as well think good as ill thoughts." "I'm not saying to the contrary. You will be kind to her, Annie." "Indeed, I hope so. I shall do my best, whatever." "And best brings best along after it." "At times, John Mackenzie," replied Annie with deliberation, "that has a fine-sounding flourish, but I'm not very sure it will fit the uncertainties of this world. It will be an ill thing to be sorry for our wrong-doing, but it is a worse to be sorry for our good." John scratched his head. "I'm not very sure if that will be sound doctrine, Annie. But when she is through with tea, what then?" "Indeed, she will ever be weary until I find her a new occupation. I must just give her the grape, John Mackenzie, and bid her left a potato for tomorrow's dinner." "It makes a body giddy to have to bid a rare bonny leddy left potatoes. How will she answer, Annie?" "Just thank you, Mrs. Mackenzie. Her voice is soft like honey, and she is, teachable and gentle, whilst I turn over in my mind if it's wakin' or dreamin'. But I hold on to my pegs and pans and look no further. Bidin's better nor spirin', and there's just no time for wonder." "Ah, weel, it is an awful strange dispensation. Has Colin been?" "Indeed, you would be hearing if he had." "Then Colin has not seen her yet." "I will not be saying whether he has met her in the road." "I made some mention of the matter to Colin." "A man's tongue is ever ready with clash." "Nay, woman, this is a dispensation that wants a wee bit explanation. It makes a body feel mixty-maxty to come upon her sudden like amidst the pots and pans." "And what will Colin be saying?" "Oh, he will just be saying that there is no enquiring into the new-fangled ways of an ill place like London." "Colin thinks himself no sheepshank." "Oh, he will ever be a very discreet douce man." "I'm not saying to the contrary. Whist, John, she will be coming downstairs now. I can hear the jangle of the cups. It is a sore dispensation having a London lassie in and out amongst the kitchen work. But I will not be saying that it is worse than a man standing haverin' on the doorstep." So saying, Mrs. Mackenzie, who had been throwing the soft modulations of her voice from some place invisible, appeared on the threshold. She had a matronly figure, soft red hair falling upon each side of her forehead, steady grey eyes with a smile in them, and a beautifully arched head. The effect of her glance upon her husband's face was as the quiet and unnoticeable stirring of conscience within him. The two things had been for so long a period simultaneous that John Mackenzie ceased to discriminate between them. He thought it an original stirring of compunction, which now reminded him of his cows and caused him to walk off suddenly with a strong swinging gait. Mrs. Mackenzie turned back into the cottage to welcome, with the same genial smile of kindliness, the entrance of another person. An inner door, which had been closed before, was now open, and upon the threshold stood a slim girl, clothed in a grey linsey dress and holding a tray. She had the cautious look of one unaccustomed to the office. Her two small hands grasped the sides firmly, and her eyes were bent in anxious solicitude upon the crockery, while a slight tension in the grace of her figure marked a conscious difficulty of poise. From the ruffled, shadowy hair gathered above the arch of the head to the small foot planted on the ground with elastic firmness, she was a perfect model of a very rare type of beauty. And when she raised her dark lashes and fixed her eyes with the whimsical look of fright in them upon Mrs. Mackenzie, she had a marvelous charm. Some faces distort the expression of beautiful feeling. Others fling trifling and even ignoble emotions into a momentary exquisiteness of setting. Some souls beat out their deep and tragic personality in an inherited mold of stupidity. Others carry their trivial experiences through a medium of ancestral nobility. Mrs. Mackenzie relieved the girl of her tray and set it upon the table. "Shall I wash up the things?" asked the newcomer in musical, well-bred English. "Oh, yes. If you will not be minding it, you can wash up." "And when that is done?" "When that is done," returned Mrs. Mackenzie with a great patience, "you will be taken the grape." "But what is the grape?" Mrs. Mackenzie produced an agricultural instrument in the shape of a short iron fork. "A grape will just be this fork." "Oh, thank you. And you will be going down to the potato drill." "The drill?" "In the garden." "I think I know, thank you." "And you will be lefting a few potatoes for dinner tomorrow." "Shall I have to dig deep?" asked the girl with a pretty animation. "Not deep at all. You will just be gently loosening the roots, and then you will be shaking the plant out of the soil, and you will be finding the potatoes." "Thank you. And shall I peel them afterward?" "Folks," returned Mrs. Mackenzie with the faintest sign of exasperation, "will be resting from their labour at eventide." "I am not tired." "Potato peeling is hurting to the skin. It will be very hashing to your wee bit hands." "I do not mind," returned the girl with intense earnestness. "I wish to work. I wish to help you." "Oh, yes," returned Mrs. Mackenzie with a sigh. The conversation was broken by the patter of two barefooted children into the kitchen. It was one of Mrs. Mackenzie's secret grievances that, since the bonny leddy's advent, she had been unable to keep her own little Maisie and Maisie's 5 or 6 companions from pattering over the carefully cleaned floors in order to get a fair look at the show. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. When Miss Jessamine Halliday made up her mind to the project of disappearance, which she disclosed in her letter to Dr. Cornerstone, she recalled this patch of country in the Highlands. She had passed through it once when on a journey of pleasure. It was a large district, unattractive to the ordinary tourist as a place of continued residence. The few cottages sprinkled here and there among farmlands were inhabited solely by peasants and had little or no accommodation for lovers of luxury. This isolation made it precisely the refuge she required. She recollected the cottage of the Mackenzies, having stopped to purchase a glass of milk there, and John Mackenzie had consented, by letter, to rent her a couple of rooms in his house, and had also understood that the arrangement included instruction in the household work, and a share in the life of the family. He drove to the station, many miles distant, expecting to meet and carry home with him a big lassie with substantial wrists and a bustling air of management, nor was he without some shrewd apprehension of a bargain advantageous to himself. The contrast between his conception and the amazing actuality threw him into a condition of ecstatic amusement and perplexity, of which he had been unable to rid himself during the drive home, or indeed for days afterward. Upon Jessamine's part was unmitigated satisfaction. When she got into the trap by Mackenzie's side, her modest trunk pushed in behind, she looked round upon the broad stretch of country with a sense of beatitude. After London, with its heat of life, its inconsequent fret and flurry, after Aunt Arabella, the width and grandeur were as the space is to an escaped bird, and the peace and calmness dropped like cold dews on her heart. And then, after this draught of spiritual refreshment, she sat up in the dog-cart to glance at the face of the driver. From class to class, faces are as nothing, mere masks beyond which nothing can be seen because nothing is surmised. The roving eye, softly aflame with hope and entreaty, seeks out the lineaments of desire, but drops dead and dull beyond the barriers of rank. Here the divine spark fails, the tinder takes it not. Or, if any avail to cast it unquenched beyond the pale, that is a sin which society may not condone. Jessamine, however, had some occasion to study the face of her future host. She found it an intelligent exponent of indispensable human traits. Shrewd, cautious, gentle thoughts had left tracks upon it, while from the eyes a spirit of human kindliness looked leniently upon the world. Besides these general characteristics, an irrepressible smile lurked upon the man's lips, broadening them out and curling them up, did any occasion betray the secret humour which tickled his spirit. The reason for his unaccountable mirth was no part of Jessamine's care. She let it alone, and for the rest sank back in her seat satisfied. It was a part of Jessamine's character to enter into a matter with zest, until the point was reached when she relinquished the whim in favour of the next. The morning after her arrival, she proved her mettle by setting to work at once, and kept steadily at it for the next week or so. Mrs. Mackenzie found that slimness of figure and fineness of face are not incompatible with persistence in labour, and by degrees she began to accustom herself to the soft, radiant presence among her pots and pans, and to lose something of her exasperation, though still inwardly bewildered by a sense of unreality invading her prosaic labours, as though a dream should inexplicably involve itself amid high noontide hours. Meanwhile, the 2 or 3 weeks of vigorous application told upon Jessamine's appearance. Labour, early rising, and exercise brought a pink flush into her cheeks and inspirited her aspect, while little fierce lines of effort began to pluck up the melancholic Burne-Jones droop of lips and chin. Moving about Mackenzie's house, or barns, or fields, she was, either from the disparity of her surroundings, or for a much more subtle and human reason, lovelier and more attractive than in her life before. A look was in her face like to the ripening of fruit when the sun is up. A whole month passed away, and one evening she sat in her room repairing a rent in her working dress. She had brought no other gowns than these rough linseys, whose simple make suited so admirably not only the labour she had undertaken, but the grace of the wearer. After sewing industriously for some time, she took her scissors and snipped the thread off with a little composed air of self-satisfaction, let the dress fall upon her lap, and looked up idly to the window. Supposing anyone undertook to disentangle the bare prosaic content of thought from the various and beautiful emotions in which it is transfigured, the result might be startling to the sensibility. Jessamine's thinking, for all her intense and exalted air, may be briefly summed up as follows. I am leading a useful and simple life. I have forsaken the refinement and luxury necessary to a person of my culture to come among these poor cottagers and to give them the benefit of my help and superior influence. Dr. Cornerstone will be pleased with me and will be more interested in me than ever. I am really endeavoring to be good, and of course remarkable at the same time. And as I am a most beautiful and clever woman, my example will be the more striking. People will follow it, and my position in society will be elevated. Meanwhile, it is delightful to spite Aunt Arabella and to torture Lord Harriot, whom I hate, but intend, eventually, to marry. The girl had no idea that these were her thoughts. She felt and looked something so different. Indeed, she experienced a warm, subdued glow as she recalled Dr. Cornerstone's profound and austere instructions, and she mistook the reflected fires of his strong spirit for a flame within her own. After her meditation, she rose and went out to watch the milking of the cows in the barn. When that was over, she came outside to refresh herself and breathe the air. It was a silent evening. The converse of the fowls, dreamily disputing between the pauses of her thoughts, was the only sound. The sun, though the hour was late, hung softly brilliant in the sky. The tints and shadows were tremulously deep and vivid. A visionary beauty, like some diaphanous covering, enwrapped the hills and woods and valley, and the enchantment dropped even upon the human heart. Jessamine forgot to think, and her mind lay passive to feeling. Her face was turned to the hills, the light mused in her eyes and folded itself like a veil about her head. And in such a moment as this fell the master event of her life. The opening of the wicket gate into the enclosure had not disturbed her, nor a tread which followed. She supposed Mackenzie to be still at his work, but the gradual apprehension of suspended sound at length attracted her attention, and then, looking round, she saw, a few paces from her, a man whom she had not before encountered. He was standing as though arrested, looking upon her with a gaze of unembarrassed concentration, yet so impersonal as to miss effrontery. His dress was that of a peasant farmer. In person, he possessed a full share of the strength and height of his race. He had great shoulders and limber, straight limbs. Moreover, his face was of a fine quality, firm in feature, with steady eyes of a yellowish brown, and throwing out an impression of independence, pride, and unconquerable gentleness. Jessamine, startled into attention, inadvertently permitted her glance to be locked by his, whereupon he merely altered his gaze so far as to throw into it an added steadiness. His expression remained the while placid and unconscious, and his head took a slight inclination from its normal uprightness, so as to suggest his bearing when in church, or when in presence of anything curious and uncommon. Jessamine, who was profoundly sensitive to the impression she produced, perceived, as clearly as though she read it from a printed page, that he who was thus gazing upon her recognized in her no part of his own humanity, but found her a picture, an art product, an object which it was well for him to have seen, and no more. Indeed, so mirror-like and accurate an impression of herself was reflected back from his eyes and face that it became a moment of self-revelation. It touched her mind as with a pin's point, and the finest ripple of feeling passed over her features. The man, remarking it, lifted his cap, and removed his eyes. But this was so evidently the exercise of will in casting off an entertaining triviality that it became a worse misdemeanor than the first. Translated into her own phrase, the voiceless verdict floated thus to the ear of her mind: an art product, a curiosity, very pleasing and unique, which I am glad to have beheld, but it is no affair of mine, and I cannot waste my time upon it. As this clear conviction entertained her, the man advanced toward her and passed by. His steps brushed close through the grass, and his shadow fell upon her as he went, and she caught an odor, not of cigars and high living, but as of temperance and a fruitful field. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Jessamine, paring apples with Mrs. Mackenzie in the kitchen, was as pretty as an Academy picture, and about as real. A peat fire burned on the hearth, with the kettle swinging over it. On one side the chimney sat Mrs. Mackenzie, a bowl of apples grasped in her sturdy knees, and an empty one by her side, paring away with the prosaic dispatch and a murderous sound of steel. Jessamine sat opposite on a wooden bench against the open window. A trellis creeper pinked out the window frame with a pretty embroidery, and cast a chequer of light and shade over her head. She had an earthenware bowl deftly balanced on her knee, and a long ribbon of peel uncurled itself from her fingers slowly and daintily, for Jessamine worked in some fear of the knife and with care for the finish of the matter. The door, as well as the window, was thrown open to let in a broad and cheerful beam, and from outside the noises of foul life, the hectoring and disputing, the boasting and wise counsel of matrons, the swagger of cocks, assailed the ear with a continual reminder that there are other worlds than ours. "Mrs. Mackenzie," said Jessamine, breaking the silence, "who was that man who called last night on your husband?" The question had been goading the tip of her tongue all morning. "That will be Colin McGilvray, you are meaning. Him and John are great friends. McGilvray Dalfaber," added Mrs. Mackenzie, to be explicit. "Mr. Colin McGilvray of Dalfaber," repeated Jessamine. "And where is Dalfaber?" "It will be west to here, across the fields on the other side the road." "The house lying far off by the loch?" "That will be it. It lies on the hill above the loch, high on the moor." "Ah, I think I know. So near as that. Some barns and a thatched cottage and some oat fields." "That will be Dalfaber, lassie. It will be lying about half a mile distant. A thatched cottage. McGilvrays have but a poor wee housie." "I suppose, is he a farmer?" "Oh, yes, he is a farmer." "Does he work for himself?" "Oh, yes, he will be doing all the work on the farm. It will be his father's farm, old Rory McGilvray. He is a very old man." Jessamine was silent again. Mrs. Mackenzie dropped 3 apples into the bowl to her 1. "Mr. Colin McGilvray is married, of course?" said she presently. "Oh, no, Colin is not married. Oh, no. Indeed, and he is not married. He will be just living with his father and mother." "You like this Mr. McGilvray? He is a respectable man?" "Oh, yes, we like Colin McGilvray very well. He is just a deuce quiet man. His mind's just in his work. He doesn't think of much else. There's nothing in him than his work. That will be Colin. Oh, yes, the farmers about keep themselves very respectable." With which Mrs. Mackenzie, who saw McGilvray with the familiar eye of one who looks upon a thing so commonly as to sweep the surface merely, and to miss the essence, dropped the last apple in the dish, and seemed to reach the end of the subject. Not so Jessamine, for to meet the person who acquaints one with one's self is the great beginning of a very long matter. Some days passed, and she did not again encounter McGilvray, nor come in his way. But the mind, which runs up and down the earth seeking, while the feet halt, went on its quest. There are things so incomplete in themselves that one is tortured until they are rounded by a finish. From the fields, the highway, and the moors loomed every day a possibility which ended in disappointment. Her eyes searched the distance as she walked, and many a passing peasant was startled by her expectant glance into lifting his cap reverently to this presence of high quality and beauty. From no eyes, however, did she catch the critical shaft of McGilvray's, and this, caustic and cold, still rankled in her heart. It is of the nature of such wounds that the enemy who gives them proves the only physician. It is also in the nature of things that while many come, the one stays away, and that frequent hands proffer trashy friendship, while the single hand whose smart has made it valuable refrains. Jessamine walked often, somewhere in the direction of Dalfaber, but on one occasion, it was Sunday afternoon, took that course more frankly. So far she had hovered on the outskirts of the farm, in the woods or on the moor that flanked it, not venturing beyond the enclosure. A shy dread of repulse kept cancelling her wish for an encounter. She felt the effect of an eye, which can succeed better than the law and the police in keeping off intruders and making the owner proprietor of house and land. This Sunday afternoon, however, while man and beast reposed, and the very air sank in vitality under the Sabbath dullness, an urgency of the heart got the better of more retreating instincts. She stepped through the enclosure, and then, like a soul lost beyond the borders of orthodoxy, began to wander about McGilvray's fields, and beside his rows of barley and oats, and over his pastures, until at last she neared the cottage itself. The cottage was a roomy and primitive-looking building, a chimney at either side, tolerable windows, and a wide door. There was no pretence at adornment, nor the faintest hint of a garden. Nevertheless, the place, with its dark heather thatch, its grave loneliness, a watch upon an environment of tumultuously tumbled hills, had a sombre charm, as though reminiscent of 100 years of human life braved out within its walls in the bleak solitude. Jessamine approached. The door was certainly ajar, but a closed, silent, Sabbatarian air, a dullness as though the life within had been nipped, affected her dismally, and the expectation escaping from her heart left it flat enough to be composed. She took some steps forward, meaning to pass the cottage and go home. At this point, however, a dog, with disconcerting suddenness, rushed from the door and sprang barking upon her. Jessamine, the more startled that she had just been lulled into security, gave a cry, and increased the beast's excitement by running a pace or two toward the cottage. Her sharp and timorous call brought out the master pell-mell, and before she had time to recall her dignity, she found herself shrinking, as is the manner of women in fear, close behind Mr. Colin McGilvray. At his appearance, the dog changed his note to one of excellent temper, and having done the mischief, now sniffed round the pair inquisitively with a friendly wagging of the tail. "How doof with you? Go back," cried Mr. McGilvray, smiting in the air with his arm. Whereupon the collie walked away, glancing back round the corner of his shoulder as he went, as who would say, "My feelings suffer from this rebuff." "The dog would not have hurt you," said McGilvray, now turning to Jessamine and looking leniently into her wide-open, startled eyes. "It's just his way of showing joy." "Oh," returned Jessamine, "I thought he seemed very angry. I was just a little frightened." "Oh, na, the dog was not angry. It will just be his play. But you will come in now and rest you a while?" McGilvray's eyes were still lenient while, with a very noble and gracious air, he pushed the door open wider and signed to Jessamine to enter. She walked forward, her heart still beating, partly with physical fear, partly in amaze at finding herself precipitated into the centre of an event which she had intended to approach with a prepared mind. There were 2 rooms only on the first floor of the cottage, but these were divided by a space from whence the staircase mounted to the story above. Beneath the staircase was a small cellar. One of the 2 rooms was the kitchen. The other, to which Colin ushered Miss Halliday, possessed an alcove with a bed in it, and was a combination of bed and sitting-room. Colin placed a chair for his guest and took one himself. "And this is your room," said Jessamine. "Oh, yes," answered Colin. "It will be mine." As usual, Miss Halliday's mere presence grouped her surroundings into a picture. She sat in a high-backed chair, her head thrown back, her dark hair rumpled, and a lovely lassitude in limbs and posture. Colin, seated opposite, with the ease of a man at home, one arm flung carelessly over the back of his chair, contemplated her steadily. A touch of remorseful sympathy, because of the quick rise and fall of her breast, softened his lips, and when Jessamine's glance, after wandering round the room, paused, large, wistful, shy, upon his, he immediately spoke. "I'm just most sorry indeed," said he. "My dog has really frightened you." "Well, yes," returned Jessamine. "He looked very wild and savage, as though he meant to hurt me." Na, he will never be doing any harm to anyone. He is just always for Russian, but it means nothing." "He is a good watchdog, at any rate." "Oh, yes, he's a good watchdog, but he's most fond of strangers," said Colin, still anxious for the removal of inhospitable impressions. "Perhaps I had no right to be where I was," ventured Jessamine, anxious to bring the conversation to less general topics. "Indeed," cried McGilvray, starting forward with a courteous inclination of the head. "We are most pleased to see you. We will be most glad if you will be coming just when you like, to rest you here, or to set and walk on the bit of land." "Thank you," returned Jessamine. And her thanks were accompanied by a grave, luminous glance, for which many a high-born gentleman in London would cheerfully have paid a price. McGilvray inclined his head slightly to one side to facilitate his quite impersonal observation of one pleasing trait the more in a pleasing picture. Meanwhile, here as everywhere, the poverty of human resource cast itself upon chatter as a refuge. It is only the beasts, and possibly the Chinese, who are sufficiently self-poised to sit opposite each other in Homeric silence, contenting themselves with the occasional embrace of a stolidly friendly eye. In this cottage room, the conversation struggled on through the inequalities of class habit and class ideas like a lopsided car. Jessamine's alert tongue, leaping from topic to topic to find that upon which the peasants would run easily, while Colin declined to become discursive upon any. It was the lights and touches in his face and manner which revealed his nature, as the sun falling upon a rock will discover its secret beauty. He stood out from the triviality of the conversation with all his qualities large, deep, massive. Miss Halliday's facility in remark began to strike him as, for him at least, a godless witchcraft, though possibly an angelic trait in the world of quality. And as he made courteous shift to reply, he was troubled with a haunting recollection of the fourth commandment, which bids men remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. At length Jessamine, seizing upon the statement in pure nervous hurry to whip up the moment out of this laggard incapacity, assured him of her admiration of the country and her appreciation of the beauty of the hills. Whereupon Colin turned his head and let his eyes rest upon the range of mountains seen through the windows, wearing in his expression a deep sufficiency of familiar content, which seemed to remove him from her presence. "Oh, yes," said he in his curious, sweet voice. "Oh, yes, it's a bonny country. The hills look beautifully in the evening. All this summer they really have been looking beautifully." That was his utmost expansiveness, and his eyes, in their aloofness from her, and their restful familiarity elsewhere, seemed to set her aside. She rose to go, pained and baffled. For a moment she stood hesitating in the whitewashed cottage room, beautiful and brilliant as some strayed rainbow cloud, while he looked down upon her. But nothing altered in his balance and gravity, and she turned away, an emptiness in her face like the withdrawing of sun from a prison ray. Colin accompanied her to the door and stood upon the threshold. She bade him adieu, and lifted once more a wistful and propitiating eye, but Colin, his glance comprehensively including the hills over her shoulder as well as herself, gravely saluted the high quality which had deigned to visit him by placing his hand to his forehead and murmuring thanks for her condescension. He kept, meanwhile, an air of courteous dismissal, and his brow so proud and uncontaminated an independence that it left Jessamine, the person, abashed. She did not go home, but sought a lonely spot and sat down on the heather near a group of fir trees. Some demons chuckled derisively in those regions which conscience makes horrible. It is a discomforting thing to graciously forsake your rank, your high heels, and your paint-pot, in order to follow humanity at the plough, and then to find that humanity at the plough keeps these articles ready to hand back to you with rigid courtesy, putting the china shepherdess back in its right place on the shelf, before proceeding unruffled with its own weighty affairs. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. The morning after her interview with McGilvray, Jessamine waked restless and dissatisfied. Her pretty scheme, running so merrily along the ways of self-content, had met with something in the nature of an upset. Had Miss Halliday been living in London, or anywhere within call of a fashionable friend who might come in to make the morning hours vapid with talk, her temper might have discharged some sparks. But Mrs. Mackenzie's atmosphere and the necessities of the day excluded the privileges of spleen. as well be spiteful in the front of a milk cow as in the eye of Mrs. Mackenzie. She lived aloof, irradiating kindliness and vigor, understanding nothing of the ins and outs of sensitiveness and fine feelings, but effacing these distempers by a beatific wholesomeness. So that Jessamine, who appeared with sombre eyes and brow and an air of inscrutable melancholy, found herself compelled into an ordinary mood, and was finally driven by the sheer force of circumstances to help in the hayfield. A day or two after, rather to her astonishment, she found herself on McGilvery's land, stepping round, as it were, to make inquiries as to the progress of his hay. As she came near him in the hayfield, he looked up, desisted from his labour, lifted his straw hat courteously, then, setting the scythe to the ground, took a wide sweep of the steel through the hay, and carried himself by the strong, leisurely movement a yard or two from her. Jessamine shrank back hastily. An unconquerable something kept turning its uncouth back upon her. That evening she somewhat flagged in the ardour of her application. She relieved Mrs. Mackenzie from her impetuous energy by going out for a walk. Upon coming back, she heard unusual sounds issuing from the open door of the kitchen. It was her custom to enter by the porch, though her apartments might be reached by another door. The doctor's counsel had run thus: return to simplicity of life, and do serviceable work. And Jessamine very carefully practised the maxim by an observance as minute as that of a Pharisee of old. She, therefore, repudiated the entrance set apart for herself, and took, by choice, the ordinary way. Her step was light. Indeed, curiosity prompted caution. The kitchen was filled for the moment by the weird sound which, in the Highlands, is strangely called singing, and she reached the threshold unheard, and stood there unseen to look upon the scene within. Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie sat side by side. Mrs. Mackenzie was knitting, but she glanced now and then at a book which her husband held. Both were singing. Little Maisie, their only child, stood between her father's knees, listening. Her round grave eyes were, however, fixed in awe and admiration upon a fourth figure who sat opposite. Of this visitor Jessamine could see no more than one broad shoulder and a portion of a sturdy neck and head, for he was seated with his back to the window, a little withdrawn behind the door. But in him she at once recognized Colin McGilvery. There was one other figure which she could see entirely. This was a small boy, one of Maisie's numerous companions. He stood with his small elbows folded upon Colin's knee, and was gazing up into the man's face with a curiously fearless content. Jessamine beheld this picture undisturbed for the briefest moment. Then Maisie spoiled it by catching sight of her and pointing. The change was instantaneous. The song broke off, and both men dropped their books. Mackenzie favoured her with the smile of indulgent humour which was his usual greeting. Mrs. Mackenzie exhibited faint signs of momentary perplexity, and Colin, rising from his seat with his air of defiant respectfulness, made the peasant's salute by touching his forehead with his hand, without inclining his perverse head 1 inch from its uprightness. Jessamine's eyes encountered this indifferent, unbending look, and it seemed to her that a tear ran scalding down her heart. She repaid Mackenzie's smile by a faint, fleeting dimple, and hurried through the kitchen with averted face, closing the inner door behind her. Here she paused, anxious to know if the singing would recommence. It would have been interesting to learn if Colin's voice were rich and deep, to suit the color and quality of his eyes. But no, not a sound. The silence of embarrassment enfolded the kitchen, and before she reached the top of the stairs, Colin's step crunched the gravel outside and retreated from the house. Then Jessamine entered her sitting-room, threw off her hat, and sat down by the unpropitiating square table, with her elbows on it and her chin in her hands. "It is almost," said she to herself, "as though I had died and been born again ugly." She gazed at the table with blank eyes. "Who cares for pretty Jessamine?" said she dismally. She listened again. The hushed song made a painful silence in the cottage, and the wind which murmured round did not fill it. Jessamine got up and wandered up and down the very small space of the chamber. "Oh dear," said she, "how real they are, and how impossible to get inside it. How they keep me off, and how they reject me. Oh dear. I don't want elegant trifles any more. I want some good substantial bread." To one so accustomed to court and welcome wherever she moved, whose lightest word and act had been received with plaudits, the experience was a bewildering one. Colin McGilvray was the chief offender. She began to wonder whether he really appreciated her beauty. She was quite sure he did not approve of it, of her. That last thought set her mind running into all sorts of regions hitherto unexplored. It was a much more severe discipline than Dr. Cornerstone's stern instructions. After all, that was a sort of court, for was not Dr. Cornerstone taken up with her? Now Colin ignored her. 3 days afterward the hay was gathered in. All except, they said, a small field of McGilvrays. And Jessamine, when the shadows lay long upon the ground, and the scents of pine and heather were warm in the air, went down to watch the final carrying. She seated herself upon a bank under a rowan tree, whose berries showed red among the leaves, and watched the moving to and fro of the figures at work in the field. Only Colin was there, and a boy and a woman, and only a few haycocks remained to be gathered and taken to the cart. Jessamine watched and waited until Colin came and thrust his fork into the haycock near her side. He freed one hand as he did so, and lifted his cap with his unaltered air of courteous indifference. "May I help?" murmured Jessamine timidly. "Thank you, you are most kind, but we are all but finished now." The boy led the cart up as he spoke, and he turned with the load of hay suspended upon the fork to pitch it in, but somehow a portion fell to the ground, and Jessamine, rising with a sudden impulse, stooped over it and gathered it up in her arms. McGilvray tranquilly deposited his share in the cart, and then, tossing aside his fork, turned to relieve her. "Thank you," said he once more, as his brown hands freed her from her burden. "You are most kind." But Jessamine lifted her eyes with wistful entreaty in them. The entreaty not of a vain girl to be sexually flattered, but of one human being to another for a recognition of service. And she fancied that for a second McGilvray's eye held her at a less distant range than before. It was only for the briefest instant. Before the ripple of pleasure had time to rise in her heart, he was standing by his cart again, his back toward her, and was turning his horse's head away from the field. The hay was all lifted, and Jessamine was left alone in the sunny place, with thoughts that dimly yearned after austerity and goodness. After this, during the next 3 weeks, her encounters with Colin became frequent. With the hay season, a habit had been formed of wandering about Dalfaber. When she met the owner, she would pause with a pretty deference, the colour in her cheek and the wistful light in her eye, and ask some questions about farming. As these inquiries were at least to the point, he would find leisure to stop and to reply to them carefully. Sometimes a momentary relaxation of his unbending manner recalled the faint beat of pleasure in the hayfield, but oftener beneath his courtesy lurked sturdy defiance. Her acquaintance with the Mackenzies had taken a simple cordiality of condition from the first, but her acquaintance with McGilvray was as a long journey upon an undiscovered winding road that has to be conquered by inches, and where, each corner rounded, the same figure walks before, the back toward one, and the face averted. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. One afternoon, Jessamine had been tempted to take a longer walk than usual, and found herself some miles away from home, overtired and dragging exhaustedly along the highway alone. Moreover, the sky threatened storm. While in this evil case, she heard behind the sound of wheels, and turning round saw McGilvray approaching in an open trap. As he came up, he lifted his hat, and Jessamine signed to him to stop. "Are you going back home, Mr. McGilvray?" asked she. "Oh, yes, I am going to Dalfaber." "I am very tired. Would you be so kind as to let me drive with you?" "Indeed, Miss Halliday, and I will be most pleased whatever," responded Colin with his most courteous air. Jessamine got into the vehicle by his side. It was a very common dog-cart, ill-hung and of preposterous height, and the horse that pulled it was an imperfectly broken-in farm beast that started and shied on every small occasion. Nevertheless, she nestled down by the driver with a sense of well-being, thrusting her hands under the rough rug which he folded carefully over her because the air was chill. It was the first time she had had an opportunity of really long-continued converse with McGilvray, and in all these weeks it seemed to her that she had but nibbled at the outside crust of intercourse, and now, while the horse jogged on at a lurching trot, she feared that he was disposed for silence. "There is storm in the sky," she ventured at last. "Aye," answered Colin, "friend or foe?" And as he spoke he leaned forward, the reins hanging loosely in his hands, and looked skyward. The horse instantly dropped into a walk. Jessamine seized the opportunity of McGilvray's altered attitude to observe more deliberately the firm line of his profile, the composed folding of his lips, the steady uplift of his eyelid, and the clear depth of his eye. This was not an intellectual face, but it was a strong one, with the unconquerable quality of mass. His proximity brought with it impressions of warmth, wholesomeness, and power, and his elusive silence piqued curiosity at once by a denial and a promise. After so much clever or vapid chatter, how this reticence spoke to her inmost mind. "Friend or foe?" repeated Jessamine inquiringly. "A body gets thinking whiles," said Colin, still staring upward. "Yes," returned Jessamine. He glanced down at her and pointed to the sky with his whip. "We hoe and deg and drive the plough," said he, but yon is the great tiller. Mornin' by mornin' we go out to search his face, and then we must be waitin' on his smile or frown. Yes, it will be a strange thing to work so hard and be so helpless. Whilst a man's heart feels sore in his body when he stands by the cornfields to see the grain beaten with the smitin' of the showers until the yellow heads lie low on the bet land. And then, come eventide, the clouds open and the sunshine flies and sets the hills laughin' under it. And though the grain lies beaten, the sunshine wins. Wins? Aye, wins the soreness from the heart. Is that because it is beautiful? Oh yes, because it is beautiful. The smile runs over the heart and makes the body think. Does it? Oh yes, it will be like a book with thoughts in it. But you get tired of always working and always waiting. Colin looked over towards his horse's ears with a smile. Aye, a body gets tired, but the sky will not be always against us, and when the weather's grand it works for 10. Still, you are obliged to be constantly doing the same thing from year's end to year's end. Oh yes, just so, returned Colin quietly. And do you not wish for something different? An odd momentary light shot into Colin's face from some inward source. Whilst a body dreams, said he. And then you want to get away, to do something different, said Jessamine, leaping to probable conclusions. No, it suffices, answered the man. What suffices? Asked Jessamine, discontentedly closing up her idea. The dreamin' is enough, repeated McGilvray. It will be a wonder where the thoughts will be comin' from that enter a man's head, and how, such strangers to one another, and so uncalled for as they will be, they will just end always in the same thing. And how do they end? In a thankfulness that a man's way is appointed, and in findin' that, after all, it looks beautifully. Oh, said Jessamine. Well, yes, perhaps after all that is the best. Perhaps it is beautiful. Oh, yes, returned Colin with delight. It will be beautiful. The shinin' that comes into a body's mind from within is a guide, and makes the limits of his path plain. And yet what? The slow, rare smile hovered again about his lips. He flicked several flies off his horse as he stared reflectively at it before answering. If we bide a wee, who knows? Said he, as though to himself. He spoke so inwardly that the words were as the shutting of a lid over some secret treasure of the spirit. Jessamine was left on the outside of the closed casket. She wanted to undo the lock and to see that which he would not display, and rash desire precipitated her into indiscretion. "Do you ever talk like this to your friend Mr. Mackenzie?" asked she. "No," returned Colin shortly, a light alarm whipping the dreams out of his face. He flicked his horse sharply over the ears as he answered, and tightened the reins, and the beast resumed its trot. Jessamine bit her lip in regretful vexation. All her life, the beautiful Miss Halliday had blotted out the landscape for her, and it had been so sweet and new a thing to be forgotten, while this man revealed one corner of the undiscovered treasures of his mind. After this they drove on for some distance until they encountered a flock of sheep, which were being driven along the road to new pastures. They were going in an opposite direction, and had travelled for many miles and many days. The shepherds looked tired and exasperated, and the dogs were wearying of the distinction of their office. Colin, careful of adding to labour because he knew the meaning of labour, drew up against the side of the road. It took several minutes for the flock to pass, and then he drove on again for about a quarter of a mile. The railroad, a single country line, at this point ran parallel to and close upon the road. Colin suddenly brought his horse again to a standstill, and rose up from his seat. "What is it?" asked Jessamine. "That will be a sheep from the flock we have just met," returned McGilvray, pointing along the line with his whip. "The poor silly beastie has strayed away, and is running on the railroad." "Oh dear," said Jessamine, standing up too to look in her turn. "And there should be a train coming soon," added Colin, taking out his watch. "Oh dear me," cried Jessamine, "it will be killed. Can't we save it?" "We will be trying to, whatever," answered Colin, jumping from the dog-cart. When on the road, he hesitated for a second and glanced up at Jessamine. The glance was doubtful, but the air with which he turned away was unmistakably disparaging. "I can hold the reins," said she, mistaking his idea. "Oh, yes," replied the man, "but the horse will stand well enough." Then he climbed the embankment and ran on until he overtook the sheep. The only result was that the animal slipped past him and raced along the path of peril in the opposite direction. This happened more than once, and at last he stood still, looking vexed and baffled. Jessamine, meanwhile, had felt the spur of that single disparaging glance. "Mr. McGilvray," she called from the dog-cart, "cannot I help you?" McGilvray, from his place on the embankment, once more surveyed the slim and cultivated grace of her figure as she stood up in the trap. His estimate set her obviously at naught, and he said nothing. But she jumped out of the dog-cart, climbed the embankment, and stood by his side, for his look smarted in her heart. "I might stand here," said she, making the proposition timidly, "while you try and drive it back once more." "That will do it," returned McGilvray cheerfully. "It is most kind of you. It is bound to jump down if there will be one of us on either side. You will be standing here, and will be waving your arms and shouting if it comes your way." Having made this proposition, and without waiting for a reply, he ran off again, leaving her with his command upon her conscience. She was considerably startled at the situation, but nevertheless stood where he had directed, her arms open and ready to wave like any automaton scarecrow, and her lips parted, ready to shout. Colin had got some 200 yards distant, and the game began. The sheep proved sillier than is even usual. It ran up and down between them, but clung to the line. At last it made a determined rush toward Jessamine, and she, being inwardly frightened, for though small it had horns, instead of dashing at it with such outcry as she could make, shrank back out of the way, drawing her skirts together and letting it get past to the line beyond. A shout from McGilvray carried a note of derision. Sooner than tolerate it, she recalled her courage, tore after the sheep at her utmost speed, got in front of it again, and drove it back toward him with desperate bravery. It began to be really exciting. It was the first time Jessamine had tasted real comradeship with a man. Comradeship is impossible where sex is predominant, and in the refined world which she had forsaken, sex stands opposite to sex, the stronger with the stirrings of an exhausted sensuality, the weaker comporting itself as a recherché morsel which knows its price. But here all was changed. This stalwart peasant saw her only as a serviceable human being. He shouted orders in a peremptory tone as he ran hither and thither, and she made every effort to obey them, sending back shrill retorts when necessary, her voice forsaking, in the exigency of the moment, that sweet lowness which is an excellent thing in drawing-rooms. All this rush and scramble was a matter of a few minutes. Suddenly, an electric something flashed into Jessamine's face and changed it. In her look and movements, great effort had hitherto been discernible, but now a vivid, uncontrollable spontaneity animated her. Her quick eye had seen the expected train approaching behind McGilvery, and at the same moment she saw that, occupied with running and shouting, he heard nothing. He was about 50 yards distant from her, and at the instant of her discovery, abandoning without a shadow of hesitation both the sheep and herself, she dashed forward at him along the line, her arms wildly outstretched and a shriek of warning upon her lips. It was a swift, unpremeditated, and scarcely conscious action. She came back to a more normal state to find herself being snatched by McGilvery from the embankment, the sheep tumbling down headlong beside them, while the train flew past with horrid din. "Why, what ails the lass?" cried McGilvery. His rude grasp was still upon her. Her slight figure yielded, and her cheek and hair rested against the rough texture of his coat. When he saw her eyes close and a quiver distort her lips, he forgot the distinction of rank which hitherto he had been so careful to record in the least shade of his bearing, and thought only how tones of the voice and the homely pressure of firm muscle may reassure human terror. The sheep, meanwhile, began to tear up the road in the right direction, and the train disappeared. "Why, what will be ailing her?" he repeated with emotion. "She will be looking as frightened as the poor beastie itself. It will be too much running for her, after all. Oh, I am most sorry. I am most sorry." "Oh, no, no, no," cried Jessamine, opening her eyes and giving a great sigh. "I thought you didn't see the train. Oh, I thought you didn't see it. I thought... Oh, I don't know what I thought." And then scales, as it were, fell from her eyes. She knew that there was no scare, neither had there been danger or alarm. Suddenly she realized that her terror had been the creation of inexperience, and that McGilvery, treating her as one would treat a foolish, terrified child, was holding her in a close embrace. She snatched herself from his arms, the side which he had so rudely pressed, blushing unseen with angry shame, and stood defiantly apart, fury flecking her cheeks and dropping a veil upon her eyes. McGilvery, when she withdrew from him, let his arms fall, and stood contemplating her with an aspect of quiet wonder. Upon this, at last, a pucker of amusement stole. It began to dawn upon him that this slight whiff of humanity had supposed his own large and vigorous person to be in danger, and had flung herself forward to save him. It tickled all his heart and filled his whole nature with ecstatic laughter. Yet so gentle and tender an expression crossed the mighty amusement of his smile that it went far to win him forgiveness. "Oh, no," he said. "Oh, no. I'm all right." His voice disparaged himself. "I'm all right, whatever." Then he turned to his horse and vaguely touched the harness about its nose, after which he took the reins suddenly into his hand. "We will be going home now," said he gravely. "The sheep is safe, and it is all well over." Jessamine, still furious and still shivering, found no method by which to assert her outraged dignity. The mere sense of mass in the nature of this man compelled her. She felt rather than saw the tranquil expectation of his eye, and her resources ran down to nothing. With a completely subdued air, she got in by his side, and they drove off in silence. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. The thing discriminated from all else is the point of danger. Ever since the coming of Miss Jessamine Halliday among them, McGilvray had felt her difference from anything he had seen before with the intensity of a dumbly artistic nature. He was profoundly aware of her beauty. He knew it to the slightest expressive turn of her head, and the wilful manner of the smallest of the tresses about her brow. It was only the balance of his mind which kept his feet firmly gripped upon his own standpoint. The rock, however much the light plays tricks with it, is still a rock, and though a mute poetry clung about him, and though gentleness and sweetness grew, lichen-like, upon him, the sturdier qualities which had disturbed Miss Halliday's conclusions were the essential matter. So that, just as he turned a face of unbroken patience to the buffets of the climate under which he toiled, he could confront this will-o'-the-wisp loveliness, whose sombre eyes cried their own warning by the inward power which he possessed of reticence over his own thought. Our practiced virtues marshal themselves when the tug of trial comes. Here, dull though it might be, was his road, and nowhere else. Such a man and no other was he, and not an inch would he budge from his estimate of himself and his surroundings, but would keep his everyday relation to dry facts undisturbed, damming up the surging element of the imagination with the superb pride of common sense. It was on the evening after the incident on the railroad that this attitude was for the first time disturbed. That night he sat in his cottage with his head in his hands. He could not control the spark that seemed to run from his throat to his heart and burn there every time he remembered the manner in which she had risked herself in absurd fears for him. He could not rid himself of a phantom pressure against his side, of an enfolded something within his arms, of every slight shade of the moment's sensations, which, unnoticed at the time, for his grasp of her had been rude and unconsidered, now returned and settled upon him as birds come home at eventide to roost. Outside, the hills, which from childhood had reached him the help of their tranquillity, lay in the eternal sameness of their profound and beautiful peace. He scarcely dared lift his glance toward them, so conscious was he that his own eyes were changed. At last he rose and went out to stand on the threshold of his home. He pressed his hand upon his brow and eyes, and then his glance travelled slowly and deliberately over the stony, meagre land upon which, for a century, his fathers before him, and he himself at last, had toiled in stubborn patience, and from which annually they had taken nature's niggard reward. He surveyed his 6 poor fields, the barley and the oats, the turnip and potato drills, the scant rough pasture, long and steadily. The herd boy drove his cows to the shed, and the calves gambolled beside them. The lad shouted as he went to the fowls which had got into the oat field. Some doves wheeled from the roof of his barn. The smoke poured down from the ill-built chimney over the side of the house. Near at hand was a stack of peat, and there a heap of manure. 2 horses cropped heather in the hollows, and close by his old peasant father, in greasy clothes and with smoke-stained face, crept slowly about, prodding at the earth with the staff in his hand, as though unable to wean himself from a habit of patient interrogation of its stony surface. All these things Colin looked at with a consciously deliberate gaze, teaching himself once more what manner of man he was. And then he remembered with infinite relief that the next day was the Sabbath. When the sun crept next morning into Jessamine's bedroom and laid a beam like a sword across her breast, she opened her eyes sufficiently to pass into a waking dream, but not enough to gather about her those feints and evasions under which she had been taught to drive nature into cover. She lay, her eyes shining between her lashes, conscious only of warmth and well-being, and for the moment as bare to feeling as any pagan girl. The feeling was like a dream, and the dream was a memory. At first her mind recalled McGilvry's words and played round them, bestowing fanciful meanings. Then his rude, forceful pressure returned again upon her slender figure with an alluring yet terrifying sweetness. From the chaotic web of light and shade in the room, his face rekindled in its kind solicitude, and lower than the obvious blowing of the wind outside was the tender emotion of his voice in her ear. The next moment the sun, escaping more completely from the clouds, smote her upon the face with another ray which actually wakened her. She started up in bed, and setting her feet upon the floor, stood with her dark hair tumbling in dishevelled waves to her knees, an angry spark in her eye, and a frown upon her brow. She could hardly have distinguished whether it was against McGilvry or herself that her wrath was pointed. It was Sunday, and Sunday with the Mackenzies was a scene of dullness. Jessamine's sitting-room was an uncompromising chamber, a prim, square place, in which a Puritan under the Stuarts might have sat nursing his rage against the world and human nature. It had for sole adornment upon the walls a map, not of the country, but of the Calvinistic scheme, drawn out in diagrams for the assistance of the believing few and the terror of the lax many. At the left-hand corner of the map, in a melancholy ellipse, the damned went forth to flames and worms. At the right-hand corner, in a no less sorrowful shape, the elect marched out to thrones and psalms. Beneath this stern relic, Jessamine sat, recalling all the defenses of society against spontaneity, and pinching the heart out of her timid bit of nature. The fascination of the life between Dryknock and Dalfaber had lain in the element of resistance which met her upon every side. Had she been flattered and easily accepted, it is probable she would have sickened of her experiment before this, and have returned repentant to the bosom of Aunt Arabella. But no second-rate lady had ever struggled more ardently to get into a first-rate aristocratic drawing-room than had Jessamine to penetrate into this inner life of the sturdy Highland peasant, and hitherto she had failed. Failure meant pique, and pique gave zest to higher motives. It was not so much, she felt, the individuals that repulsed her, as their common reality of life. This reality in them appeared to reject her as inevitably as a healthy tissue will reject a morbid growth. But had the taste of it, which she had just procured, agreed with her? What was the price of becoming as real as these wholesome Highlanders, and bundling the host of fictions and fastidiousnesses in which she had been bred out of doors. Ah, that price. The fascination of this genuine simplicity and naturalness lay possibly only on the exterior surface, and might be lost if she penetrated too far. Indeed, with what unlooked-for dangers might not further discovery be accompanied, and with what surprises? Something in the memory of that rude, firm grasp of MacGillivray's arms upon her was fraught with terror. His simplicity and directness were in themselves an alarm, so brusque was he, yet so tender. "I am very, very angry," said Jessamine. And even as she said it, the moment came back in such strong, appealing sweetness that it overwhelmed the wrath. Thus one thought with hare-like cunning doubles on another that pursues it. "My God," murmured the girl with her hand over her eyes, in an inexplicable medley of emotion and in very real fear. Being Sunday, Jessamine was banished all day to the parlour. She wished the Mackenzies were not such rigid Sabbath-keepers, and that she could have surrounded herself with the cheerful atmosphere of the kitchen, and broken the monotony by activity with pots and pans, for her restlessness increased. As it was, she had no resource save reading, so she took out a novel from the bookcase. It was a book considered by the sick nurses of propriety as eminently suitable to the virgin mind. The morning dragged away, the afternoon came, and Jessamine closed the book with a sense of nausea. "Something has gone wrong with this author," said she. "I used to like her. All this talk of duty and good manners now seems to me sickly and rotten. I don't think Dr. Cornerstone would approve of it. I even believe he would call it invalidish." She threw it aside and went out into the wholesome air and sunshine. As she put her hat on, she told herself that MacGillivray was not in her mind, yet she took the way to Dalfaber. Instead, however, of passing the cottage, she walked down to the loch, and sat upon the bank to watch the flow and sport of the ripples. About her spread the fields of barley and of oats. She looked on them as Colin had done the night before, yet with different eyes. Already the barley ripened on the stalk, and she knew that the harvesting must begin. Then again, as Colin had done, she looked to the hills. The afternoon light pinked out every bush and rocky angle, and deepened the shade in the crevices, and burned into the tints, so that the hues of the heather became more roseate, and the grass and mosses greener, and flames of colour stole like still fire hither and thither, a delicious undertone of flapping water, scarcely heard and yet apparent, lulled her ear. The wind was in the trees, but not on her. The sun flung light and shade as seed scattered from a sower's hand upon the loch, and the clouds, beautiful players, moved, floated, changed, catching the light and hiding it, throwing it over the hills and withdrawing it, with the noiselessness of serene nature, the great sweet sport of universal beauty at one with itself, content. Jessamine looked and listened. All day she had been trying to goad into activity the small fry of conventionality, but the effort died out. She fell instead under a grave and strange presentiment. For there crept upon her mind the dim consciousness of a difference in herself. It lay there like a weight, with the heaviness of an unborn child. But also it was accompanied with a sense of physical well-being, of oneness with the very heather on which she sat, so that she stretched her bare hands out and lifted her unveiled face to the sunshine and the sweet blowing of the wind. and that vague, pleasurable emotion which had wakened with her in the unguarded morning hours returned thrivingly in the sunshine. Suddenly, from the west, like a trumpet call, shot up a red flame and lit a beacon upon the hills. Jessamine shook off her dream, rose to her feet, and took her way back to McGilvry's land. With more active movement, a buzzing of discomforting ideas returned. She pictured the peasant as coarsely and consciously reminiscent of yesterday's occurrence, and portrayed to the eye of her mind the offensive smile with which he might greet her. The blood flecked her cheek, and again a spark was in her eye. She made ready such weapons as she judged would tell. On gaining the top of the slope from which McGilvry's cottage looked down, she beheld him approaching at a distance. He came through a narrow path in a field of oats. His collie ran to meet him. The shrubby birch wood flanked the field in a half-circle. There was no other figure in sight. Jessamine walked toward him firmly and deliberately. She meant to incline her head with the indifference which had been in the old life her daily practice, and which was of all things the most fitting in the manner of a high-born lady toward a rustic. Her lips, touching each other without any grimace of firmness, yet held the onlooker distant, and when, as Colin came near, she raised her eyes, their shafts were icy. Here, however, the unexpected tripped her up. The face her glance swept contained, as she saw at once, no hint of consciousness, nor of any recollection which was touched with levity. The man's eyes were raised and onlooking. A serious gentleness lay upon his lips. His brow had its old aloofness. The impressions of the Sabbath evening service had not passed from him. He had, from that sparse sowing, reaped richly of his own spirituality, and he carried still about him his own thoughts. So that Jessamine's prepared demeanour stumbled, as it were, against the massive unpreparedness of a preoccupied mind. She received, even before her own condescending little gesture was ready, the courteous dismissal of McGilvry's hat lift and the grave glance of his eyes in her direction. Then he relapsed into meditation and passed on. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. The small hours of Monday morning were washed with showers. When Colin opened his cottage door, the clouds had cleared and the sun shone, but a fragrant smell of rain lingered in the air, and a grateful moisture intensified the hues of the heather, the myriad tints and flash and flame of colour. "It will rain again before noon," said Colin, his eyes fixed on the clear hue of a distant hill, behind which a small but ominous tail of cloud streamed up into the ether. "Aye," said old Rory, staring about with open mouth to supplement the dimness of his eyes. "Lad, are ye remembering how ye promised John Mackenzie to take the cart up to Dryknock?" called Mrs. McGilvry, a woman with a voice sharpened by retrospective grievances. "I'm not forgetting," returned Colin. And he stepped out on the moor and went toward the fields, his head up, his brow stern with some tenacious resolve. But his eyes were soft as they followed the long lines of the oat fields, the green still faintly sprinkled amid the gold, and the blades bowed with the heaviness of ripening tawny red. When the dinner hour came, Colin appeared again in the cottage. There was an unaccustomed weariness in his face, and he wiped the sweat from his brow, though he had not been putting any great force into his work, and though the morning was fresh. Indeed, new clouds hurried up in the sky, and a wind had arisen. Mrs. McGilvray pushed a smoking plate of porridge toward him as he seated himself at the table. He took a spoonful and dipped it in the milk, but he did not eat with appetite. "Ye were taking the cart to Dryknock for John?" asked his mother, her eye anxiously fixed on old Rory's somewhat uncertain operations with the spoon. "I was working in the barn," returned Colin. "Ah, weel, lad," put in old Rory, "John will be pleased with ye." "Maybe," answered Colin. He fed himself again with the porridge, but his hand was unsteady, and underneath the ruddy sunburn his cheek was pale. Presently he put his spoon down and stared fixedly at the closed door. Then he rose, opened it, and looked out. This happened twice. "What will be ailing you, laddie?" cried his mother. "I was thinking somebody was knocking," returned Colin confusedly. "Mother, I've done, and I'll be going out to see after the horse." "But you're not through with that porridge." "I have done, though. A body need not be eating more than he wants." "It will be a sinful waste." "It will be a worse if I was choking myself." "Good save us, the laddie's ill, staring at the door like a bogle, and leaving good porridge on the ashette." "I'm all right, mother," answered Colin, correcting some confusion of face by a smile. Then he went to the outhouses and fetched a halter and walked down among the heathery hollows, where his horse stood thrusting his nose into the purple tufts and cropping them short. Colin brought him up to the cart and harnessed him. "It will be an easy thing," said he, with a grim look, "to see the way clear when a body's in the kirk, and when nothing comes betwixt the talking of the heart and the Lord. I was meaning John Mackenzie to fetch the cart himself to Dryknock, and to go for the coal his lane. When a body is clean daft, he must be his own keeper, let folks think what they will. But good save me if I can bear her knocking at my heart and at the door of my cot any longer, and not make answer." Then he took the way to Dryknock. "You are late, Colin," said Mackenzie, as his friend pulled up the cart in front of the creeper-covered porch. "I am late," he responded shortly. "Ah, weel, there will be the whole afternoon before us, and time enough will be as good as any time, I'm thinking." "Oh, yes." "You will be coming with me? We can load the cart quicker together." Colin leaned back against his horse and did not immediately respond. His eyes sought through the open door of the kitchen for a glimpse of the bright presence of Jessamine. The kitchen was empty. Mrs. Mackenzie's dolly tub stood with some of the wet linen hanging on the side. A heap of unwashed things were tossed on the settle. He glanced round the yard and the garden, and then he caught sight of Mrs. Mackenzie standing near the road and looking up it, her hand shading her eyes. Before he had responded to Mackenzie's request, she turned round and walked toward them, some perturbation of mind disturbing the habitual serenity of her brow. "Colin," said she, "were you not passing Miss Halliday along the road as you were coming?" "I was passing no one," returned Colin, his heart thumping. "I'm fretting a bit over her. I'd very much rather she would just be taking her walks about the moor and the roads, but she was ever very wilful since she came, and this morning she would not hearken to counsel." Colin did not reply. He looked hard at Mrs. Mackenzie, and it seemed to him that he was staring at a dark place whence words which he knew beforehand would issue ominously. "And so, for all I was saying," continued Mrs. Mackenzie, "she must take her way this morning through the deer forest and up to Craigenmore, carrying her bit lunch in her hand." Colin turned sharply to Mackenzie, as though to respond to his request. "I have work to do," said he. "I will not be coming with you." "Bide a wee, Colin," cried Mrs. Mackenzie. "Will the deer be getting dangerous? The lassie has been gone a weary time, and storm is gathering." "Aye, they will be getting dangerous." And without another word he turned on his heel, leaped over the fence, and ran back toward Dalfaber and on to the deer forest at the top of his speed. That morning Jessamine had waked with a sore heart. "I will not work," said she. "What does anything matter? I wish there were somewhere for me to hide myself and lose myself, that I might cry all the tears out of my heart and no one see. It is horrible to be despised." Mrs. Mackenzie prepared for the weekly washing after breakfast, and put the cups and saucers aside for Jessamine's share of the work. Then she set the inner door open, and, presently looking up, saw the girl standing there, the dark, dusty little staircase down which she had just descended, throwing off her profile, with its delicate pale despondency, the rays of spare light tenderly touching the curves of her cheek and the ruffled rings of her dark hair, and tracing the fair, slim lines of her figure. Mrs. Mackenzie, looking at her penetratingly in the brief moment when she dangled her hat in her hand, before raising her eyes and speaking, read in her mien a total disruption of the morning's arrangements, and sighed. Then occurred that little passage between good counsel and wilfulness, which she had described to Colin. When the girl had taken her basket and passed out, Mrs. Mackenzie stepped to the door and looked after her with the steady benediction of her motherly eyes. "The lassie's young," said she, "and it's an ill thing when one's young to get properly acquaint with one's own heart. Seems like as though we started life with a stranger in the bosom, who will be taking up a deal of our good time. When we're a bit settled down in life, we get used to it, and leave taking so much note of what will be going on in our own insides, and we will just be remembering that others' insides will be in the same ill chance as our own. Good send she comes to no harm." Jessamine, whose small bark of experience was far from being anchored by this tranquil wisdom, was attracted by the width and silence and loneliness of the fir woods, and fancied that she could sit all day among the trees and solve the problems of her heart by thinking of them. The wood was fenced on one side. There was a road through it, but the gate was locked. Therefore, an entrance into the place involved a climb of some kind. The locking of the gate, which was done to the high inconvenience of the people of the place, was the act of the proprietor, a man who lived in the country for 1 month in the year and shot over the land. But the road had been closed for many weeks beyond this 1 month, and when Jessamine had climbed the fence, she found about her an untrodden wildness, which delighted her. The road was heather-covered, the cart ruts showing only as deep lines of shadow among the rank purple blooms. Spiders' webs, woven from tuft to tuft, glittered with the raindrops which the sun had not yet licked up, and the bluish translucent mist, which hovered beneath the thick-growing branches of the young firs, was pierced with shafts of brilliant untouched colour, purple and crimson heaths, emerald ferns, carmine fungi, blood-red cranberry leaves, rich browns, and pale variegated lichens. Above, between the fine lace of the topmost branches, the blue of the sky was of unfathomed depth, and over it the hurry and disorder of wisp-like clouds kept passing at intervals like the ranks of a flying squadron. Amid this undisturbed loveliness, the girl went slowly with her graceful, dainty tread, swinging her basket in her hand and lifting her fair face to receive the painting of the sun. It was lonely to eeriness, but her health was splendid, and in nerve and fibre she was strong. As to danger, inexperience forbade her to conceive it possible. The road wound upward almost to the top. Here bare crags escaped from a dwindling edge of trees and lifted their scarred sides to the sky. The point of the hill was called Cragan Moor, and it was Jessamine's first design to reach the summit. But before she was halfway up, she saw, between the branches, a place almost clear of the wood, and where the heather spread bare and purple. Then she left the road, and, pushing through the thicket, reached the heather and flung herself down to rest. From her position she commanded a good view of the country. Among the more familiar landmarks she saw the loch that lay below Dalfaber, and on the moor above the brown thatched cottage. Fixing her eyes upon it, she clasped her hands round her knees and began to think. This was her first half-conscious recognition of the fact that she was nearing her own life problem. She had been instructed by Aunt Arabella into the duty of a girl to repress feeling, to hold herself poised between relative advantages until the event culminated from the outside. As to her own nature, of that she had heard nothing. Passion, she had been taught, was an offensive word and an unladylike allusion. But dicta of this kind have been proved before now ineffectual when genuine emotion is in question. What she was feeling might be right or wrong, decorous or indecorous. That was not the point. She partly realized that she did feel that her heart, hitherto cold and virginal as snow, was melting and opening beneath an influence that was as new as it was strange. So self-conscious a creature as Jessamine could not wholly miss this change in herself, nor the subtle delight of the entrance of the fresh experience within. She was far more inclined to yield to and dally with her sensations than to direct them. There were not in her whole repertory any reasons at all for conduct one way or another, except the reason that a course was comme il faut or not comme il faut, as the case might be. And this was not likely to prove efficient before the strongest of the natural impulses. It was true she possessed a vein of hard appreciation of the advantageous as distinguished from the disadvantageous in a worldly point of view. That, however, if it ever came to a severe struggle between inclination and moral force, was only likely to weaken the decision by confusing the issue. Great decisions are won only upon clear, simple lines, and it is merely a sign of feeble character to take too many points into consideration when resolutions have to be made. Jessamine had just reached the phase when the stirring of her nature, like the rising of the sap in spring, threw her upon an unusual activity of mind as well as body, her whole self putting out new buds and leaves, here and there and everywhere, of thought and feeling and beauty and health. She was occupied at present with the unmixed delight which characterizes the opening of a passion before the more difficult stages are reached. But her acute little mind seized at once on that general opposition which is sure to meet an individual excursion from the realm of the accustomed, and she felt it already as an injustice, as a too great demand upon personal sacrifice, to be required to keep to a beaten path which she had had no responsibility in shaping, which she had been taught was advantageous, but had had no means of trying for herself, and which, indeed, in the initial stages, she already cordially hated. Unawares mingled with the perceptiveness of her thinking, it was pictorial rather than reasoned, yet the sense of contrast between this dawning spontaneity and the flat range of her former ideas of life was clear enough, and she discovered it to be alluring. It was scarcely a deliberate meditation into which she fell. Thoughts hitherto strangers passed into her mind without her knowing how or why. A sense of greatness overshadowed her, of isolation, a prevision freed from the tiresome details which she had been wont to call considerations. For when nature is very near, she has a hand with which to touch the remote springs, and to bring to the surface hidden and unspoken matters which lie slumbering within. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. A higher wind came suddenly in the fir trees, and a drop of rain fell upon Jessamine's hand. She looked up and saw clouds hurrying from the east, and long trails of wrack stretching over the sky, and shadows rolling upon the hills. A shower descended visibly over the furthest range, and drew over it a glittering veil. The glow of colour was changing into silvery greys and duns, but the sun still rode high in the heavens, shooting shafts of light into the heart of the mists, and keeping the air around wonderfully clear, so that the nearer landscape gathered in distinctness, and Dalfaber, with its loch, its fields of corn, and its brown-thatched cottage, stood out like an etching of Dürer's. Jessamine did not move. In spite of the threatening drop upon her hand, she sat still to watch the contention of light and shadow as the mists encroached upon the valley, and it pleased her fancy to see how Dalfaber shone like a jewel on a sombre nebulous garment, chancing, as it did, to concentrate the bright scarce rays upon itself. Her dreaming was over. The whole encampment of vivid images stole away from her heart and left it sadder and more desolate than before. Luminous thinking was rare with her. To see anything in its essential simplicity and incontrovertible verity was, with her, as a rift in a cloudy sky that closed again. Upon a mood of clear intellectual activity and of genuine discrimination followed the accustomed parodies of those powers. She had never learned to look anything in the face or to concentrate herself upon it. The eyes of her mind glanced hither and thither, so that after any short spell of thinking, before she knew it, a host of distracting by-thoughts and fictions ran into her mind with hot pattering feet and perplexing rapidity, and all that she possessed of native genius remained but to assert itself in a sad foreboding of martyrdom, and a more mournful prevision of personal apostasy. "I cannot think," said Jessamine, whimsically pointing what is a common experience to her own case, "but the Aunt Arabella in me gets into it and spoils it." It must have been close to noon when her reverie permitted her for the first time to distinguish from the slow, regular rustle of wind in the branches and the occasional fall of a raindrop the sound of something stirring near at hand. She turned round with a start to behold, among the trees behind, the red side and branching antlers of a stag. It was cropping heather, and was partly hidden by the interlaced foliage of the firs, so that it did not see her. But this sudden apprehension of alien life close beside her was infinitely uncanny, and a remembrance of Mrs. Mackenzie's warning made her look upon the creature with alarm. "If I keep very still," thought she, "it will go away without seeing me." The stag, however, showed no signs of retiring, but continued to crop the heather with short, snatching noises. For full half an hour she sat in a silent tension, watching, the situation pressing upon her with a more and more painful sense of loneliness. The hurrying of the clouds overhead seemed inconsequently to increase the feeling, while the sight of the unattainable refuge of Dalfaber, lying below in homely security, made her heart yearn hungrily. As the moments dragged on, it began to appear as though she and the stag were hung midway between earth and heaven, in a world of their own, which to her was terrible. Then the stag raised its head and saw her. Her heart leaped when those strange wild eyeballs rolled upon her own. For full 10 minutes the forest creature stood motionless, gazing at her with a pair of humid, startled eyes, its branching antlers proudly lifted, and Jessamine, in mortal fear, stared back. And still she was acutely aware of Dalfaber lying below, with the smoke curling steadily out of the old chimney. It seemed to her that her spirit flew out of her body and flung itself knocking and crying at the door. The stag began slowly to move round and round in a circle. She followed it with her eyes. Sometimes it got behind the trees, and she lost command of it for the moment, and then her nerves shivered in an extremity of expectation. Presently it began to make its circle smaller and smaller, and to gradually disentangle itself from the trees. She dared not stir, but still trusted to quietude and the steadiness of her own glance. But at last the creature stopped, stretched out its throat, and gave a frightful bellow. Jessamine, who was wholly unprepared for the sound, was startled out of her self-control, and she sprang to her feet with a cry. Then the creature set its head down and rushed toward her. She flung her basket at it and fled toward the shelter of the trees. For the moment the basket saved her. The stag stopped and gave her time to reach the thicket. But Jessamine, as she pushed her way frantically through the close-growing branches, saw over her shoulder, with sickening horror, how the beast tore and trampled on the basket until it was in shreds. Desperate now, and completely unnerved, she rushed through the wood at exhausting speed, over the hidden boulders and treacherous clumps of heather and fern, breaking her way through the interlaced branches as best she could, her clothes torn, her hands bleeding, and her face smarting from the frequent striking of twigs against it. Her aim was to reach the old heather-covered road, for when in it she would know in what direction to run, and fancied that fleetness might carry her safely to the fence in time. By good luck she made her way through the thicket pretty straight to the desired point. The trees became larger and wider apart, and she saw the road through them. But as she neared it, the mad crashing sounds in her rear, which had been to her like the goading of a nightmare of terror, suddenly seemed in front. Halting for a second to listen, she heard the stag somewhere to the left, and before she had time to effectually conceal herself, it bounded out into the road and stood still, turning its head about and snuffing the air. Then again it bellowed. Jessamine's heart leaped in her body, and her throat was so dry that her breath hurt her. Her limbs began to fail, and she clung to the shelter of a large tree and gained a moment's respite. But the stag saw her immediately and trotted in her direction. She darted from that tree and reached another, glancing frantically round to see if there were time to scramble up and take refuge in the branches. But before her trembling hands had grasped the lowest twigs, the stag was rushing forward again, and she was compelled to flee toward a new shelter. "Oh, Colin, Colin!" cried the horror-stricken girl. For an hour of time, with limbs that seemed each moment less capable of sustaining her, and with straining eyes that grew more and more blind, and ears that were deafened by the horrible singing in her head, Jessamine saved herself from the onslaught of the beast by the expedient of darting from tree to tree. She hoped by degrees to near the fence, but the creature still followed her, and she seemed no nearer the confines of the forest than when the desperate game began. Then the sense that a moment must come when her strength and her wits would inevitably fail began to sap the little remaining courage which she possessed, and finally the thing she dreaded most of all happened. She lost her footing and fell headlong over a clump of heather, only saving herself from rolling helplessly over and over by snatching at the friendly trunk of a pine tree near. Unable to regain her feet, the most complete despair settled upon her, and she uttered shriek upon shriek of anguish that tore her throat. Then the strength even to do that failed. She yielded herself to the bitterness of death, and lost every kind of sense and consciousness, saving an extremity of horror and darkness and a quivering of the flesh in terrific expectation. But the fate she waited for delayed. It began slowly to dawn upon her benumbed senses that the crashing sounds of the stag's progress were arrested. Then she heard it bellow once more at some yards' distance. Opening her fainting eyes with half-terrified hope, she found that it had entangled its antlers in the crooked, close-growing branches of a tree, and was, for the moment, a prisoner. Relief brought back more of her sense and strength, and then she was enabled to distinguish the reiterated shout of a man's voice somewhere in the forest. No flute-like music could have sounded so sweet as that rough sound, and, gathering her forces together, she managed to give an answering cry. And then came the rending and tearing of the underwood again, as someone frantically fought a way toward her, shouting as he came. The stag, frightened both at the sounds and its own imprisoned condition, made frantic efforts to free itself, and at last broke from the branches and bounded away into the thicket, at the very moment when Colin's form became visible among the heavily massed foliage. Jessamine was struggling to her feet as he came up, and he put his hands out to help her, bending speechlessly toward her with a white face. She burst out crying when she saw him, and caught at his coat, clinging to him and hiding her face until the horrible shuddering was overpast. And he held her silently, his mouth set and grim. "Oh," moaned she, lifting her head at last, "to die like that, to die like that." "Aye," he said, "young and so bonny." Then he threw one arm round her and helped her along, while with the other he beat back the branches. When they came to the road, he lifted her like a child in his arms. "Cannot I walk?" asked Jessamine. "Not until we get to the highway," he answered briefly. "Put your arms about my neck. I will be carrying you easier that way." She laid her arms about his neck as he bade her, and closed her eyes. And then she heard him give a great sigh, and it seemed to her that for a moment he pressed her tight against his heart. When they reached the high road, he set her again upon her feet. By this time the rain beat down in a wild shower. He stood so that he could shelter her a little with his body, his hands being thrust into the side pockets of his coat. "Bide a wee, said he. "A cart or something must be passing along in a moment. There are a good few every hour." "Oh," cried Jessamine, her eyes still wide with terror, "if you had not come, the stag would have killed me. I could not have run another yard." "If it had got you," said he shortly, "there would not have been a live deer left in the forest by morning." She looked up. His face was still white and grim, and in his eyes was a sombre desperation which could not be lightly banished, and which affected her with a sort of fear. She made no reply, but cowered by his side, while the rain poured down in sheets before them, washing out more and more of the landscape, and, by obliterating their surroundings, concentrating the consciousness of the two upon the small dripping spot of earth which they occupied together. Jessamine shivered not only with retrospective terror, but with foreboding fear. Glancing up again to his strong figure, and taking an indelible impression from the quiet force of his face, her heart ran down to some remote place of weakness in her being, and it seemed to her that she had been snatched from death, only to be set upon some dim-washed islet of earth, where a tremendous and inexplicable claim grasped and held her. Both of them were relieved when a cart rumbled along, driven by a man with a mackintosh cap pulled over his nose and a mackintosh cloak pulled over his ears. The rain ran in rivers over him. Colin stopped the cart, and briefly explaining what had happened, begged the driver to take the exhausted girl back to Drynach. "Indeed, and I will," was the gentle Highland response. And while Colin helped her into the cart, the driver unbuttoned his mackintosh to spread over her. It seemed to Jessamine to make everything that had passed more dreamlike and inexplicable that McGilvery had altered his manner to the old distant respectfulness. "Stop," she cried as they were about to start. And, leaning over the side of the cart, she stretched her hand to Colin, who came up and took it reluctantly in his own. "If you had not come," she murmured, gazing at him with eyes that were still dazed, "the stag would have killed me." She had intended to thank him, but nothing save this lame phrase would rise to her lips. "I'm thinking," returned Colin, "that we will be quits now." A faint smile played for a moment over his white lips, but he withdrew his hand instantly and signed to the driver to proceed. The last Jessamine saw of him was, walking along the road, his head turned aside, the inextinguishable grimness still in his face. Then the showers washed him out, and left nothing save a blurred shadow. And she cowered down in the cart, under the mackintosh, with her hand pressed tight against her heart. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Miss Halliday liked her colours in half-light. The hues she preferred were pale primrose, cream, or wan yellows. Nevertheless, one morning, about a week after the stag incident, and when she had entirely recovered the event, she was to be seen ransacking her drawer for a knot of rose-coloured ribbon. But her drawer contained no such thing as a bit of bright ribbon. Though she turned the contents over with eager hands, nothing of the sort was to be found. After searching in vain, she stood still in the middle of the poor cottage chamber, the clumsy beams near her head, the little window letting a chill draught stir the skirt of her dress. It was the grey woolen dress with the straight unadorned folds. Her hands were loosely linked, and her body so poised upon thought and so still that it looked like a lovely statue, and the wonderful female face was lifted like a flower. Suddenly, with a sobbing exclamation, she stretched out her hand and unhooked from the wall the small looking-glass which formed the sole substitute for the splendid mirrors of yore. It hung in a dark corner, but she carried it to the window and looked critically at the reflection of her own face. McGilvray, who continually set her in a new light to herself, made even her beauty a matter of interrogation, so that her gaze into the glass was both penetrating and anxious. Out of it looked back to her a small oval face with a dash of colour in the cheeks, exquisite lips, red like cherries, a short dimpled chin, and underneath the wing-like eyebrows a pair of large dark eyes with storm in them. The colour and the storm were new. She took a knot of pale primrose and then of cream ribbon and tried them against her cheek, but neither satisfied her. A bit of red sweet william, with other flowers, stood in a vase on her mantelpiece. She tried that. The rich, deep, velvety hue suited, she saw in a moment, the flame-like signals in her cheeks, the new ripeness of her lips, the wild, strange light in her eyes. There was an amazing magical something in her face which the colour intensified, and she threw the dejected aesthetic hues, which so ill-suited this leaping up of life within her, away, and, putting on her hat, slipped out without pausing to excuse herself to Mrs. Mackenzie, and walked many miles to the nearest shop, and purchased 2 or 3 shades of bright-coloured ribbons. On her return she hurried up to her bedroom again, and tied her ruffled hair up in a little heap above her head, with a tiny knot of the ribbon showing like a spark in the midst, and she fastened a handkerchief of the same colour under her collar and long white throat. The walk had flushed and animated her, and when she looked again into the glass, a laugh of triumph parted her lips, making her pearly teeth glitter, and dimpling with tender, mischievous touches the pretty curves of her chin and cheeks. She threw down the glass and lifted her lovely arms, clasping her hands behind her head. "I am beautiful, beautiful, beautiful," cried she, in a strange fervour of conviction. "Ye gods, why have I been made so beautiful?" The moment after, her arms sank again to her sides, and her body fell into a posture of lassitude, while her brows slightly contracted over some brooding thought. "So beautiful," she murmured, "that it frightens me." After which she shook off the impression and went out demurely, without any covering on her head, as she had seen Mrs. Mackenzie do, to ask if she could not set her hand to some work. In the field opposite the house, Mackenzie was occupied with his stack. He was covering it with fresh green rushes as a defence against the rain. In the same field Mrs. Mackenzie was spreading the morning's washing out to dry. 2 cows and a horse pastured near them. The field had a little curving path through it, and a slope of rising ground. The fowls picked their way across the road toward the stack, with the air of trespassers, who trust a preoccupied world may imagine that they come upon affairs of importance. Mrs. Mackenzie, looking up, saw Jessamine with her red ribbons and uncovered hair, unfastening the wicket gate and approaching. Mackenzie, glancing down from his ladder, saw her also, and greeted her with the smile of indulgent amusement which was his invariable salutation. She lingered near the stack for a moment, her eyes entreating for a recognition of her beauty, and her lips asking all manner of questions about the rushes and his mode of fastening them on, and what was the most excellent way of preserving a stack from harm, and whether the hay would last all winter for the cows. A cow, meanwhile, neglecting its pasture, stretched a moist muzzle over the fence toward the stack with vain and improvident appetite. Mackenzie, looking down from his ladder to answer her inquiries, perceived that the play of sunshine on her bright ribbons and wavy hair was a beautiful thing to the eye, and smiled the more because of it. Jessamine turned away satisfied, and passed down the field toward Mrs. Mackenzie. In Mrs. Mackenzie's roomy nature, the most astonishing event settled down, after a time, into composure. She had put forth a maternal tendril or so the more, on Jessamine's account, and when she saw the girl approaching with the bright ribbons in her hair, and a new and nameless grace upon her lips and brow, she raised herself slowly from her stooping posture, and looked over her steadily. And she saw, as in a picture, a way opening before her, the most mysterious and dread of our existence, save death itself, and Jessamine passing down it, alone and unaided. Men call it the way of love. What erratic, fitful light, gleaming out of the astonishing depths in Jessamine's eyes, touched her Scotch nature with vague premonition, it would be hard to say, but the quietude and sobriety with which she received the girl intensified in her gaze as though she would have thrown out some steady anchorage to her help. "Lassie," said she in a caressing, grave voice, "are ye fey?" "Fey? Oh, no. See, I will help you with the linen." And she dragged a sheet with effort out of the basket. "I have been away all morning," she added. "Have you been busy?" "Aye. In this hard country we must be doing all we can, and taking every chance that comes. There will not be any time too much." "Where I came from, time dragged." "Aye, it is all 1 hour, but a body here will be saying, 'Bide a wee,' and a body there will be saying, 'Go straight on like lightning.' He is aye ill-treated, is old Time. He pleases none." "And here it is never dreary," murmured Jessamine, with a certain cadence in her voice, like the colour in her cheeks. "When the winter comes it will be dreary, especially the winter evenings." "And when time is dreary, what do you do?" "Indeed, we just pass it away as well as we can." Jessamine looked round. The sweet country out-of-door life, the shafts of sunlight, the stir of work, the ripples of laughter from the children who played in the road, filled her heart with melody. "In the winter it does not look like this?" she said. "In the winter it is ever bleak and cold. There will be little work to do, and long dark evenings to be sitting still, and the wind drives cold down the chimney." "Have you books to read? There must be something." "A few books, but John and me will not be great readers. We have the singing class, though, and that will be something." "You sing? Ah, I remember. But how about this class?" "The lads just meet at each other's houses, and then we sing in parts. It passes time away." "Does Mr. Mackenzie sing?" "John is not so much at it. He will not have a very good voice." "Do you sing in the class?" "Oh, yes, whiles." A pause, during which Jessamine's heart ran on and then tripped up. "Does Mr. McGilvery sing?" asked she, with a throb in her voice. Mrs. Mackenzie shook out a sheet and held it up in her brawny arms. "Colin will not be knowing much about it. He does not know how." "Does he not like music?" "Oh, yes, he is very much taken up with it, indeed." "Why, then, hasn't he a good voice?" "Oh, yes, he will have a good voice, but he doesn't know anything." "Is he not a reader? I am sure he is fond of books." Colin reads a little now and then, but he's not a scholar. He does not care. He just does his work." "He is a good farmer," said Jessamine, a shadow on her face. "He does not care to improve his farm. He has not any ideas. He just does his work." "He built those good barns," said Jessamine, an inconsequent fury in her heart. "The old ones fell down, and he had to have them built up again. The barns are better than the house," insisted Mrs. Mackenzie, with her ordinary deliberate composure. "The house with the thatch roof is very pretty, I think." "It is a poor place. He might improve it. The top story is just nothing. But Colin does not care. He just does his work. That's Colin." "He is good. He has a face full of kindness. I cannot think he would ever be unkind." "Colin is a kind man. He will be always kind. He keeps himself very respectable. He just does his work. That's Colin." And Mrs. Mackenzie moved farther off, bending her matronly figure over the basket, and setting the large wise prose of her mind to make the more expedition that she had wasted time in words. Jessamine, on the other hand, stood idle and reflective, looking at the sheet she had spread upon the grass with minute care as to the mathematical squareness of its shape. Meanwhile, Maisie Mackenzie and her small allies had tumbled over the fence into the field and had begun to play near. At this point, they made themselves conspicuous by silence. They stood in a row, hand in hand, Maisie with her yellow hair and velvet brown eyes, her discreet manner and brain fertile in mischief; Mary Grant, with still fairer hair and blue eyes, a tiny toddle whose little cooing voice perpetually asked for consolation; Larry Grant, a pale-faced, large-eyed creature with immense wisdom of demeanour and a facility in following evil counsels; Willie McNeill, the eldest, a red-haired, grey-eyed lad, whose sweet, elastic little body was never still, but who ran and leaped and bounded with the grace of a young deer. They stood now, hand in hand, gazing with round, grave eyes in one direction. Jessamine, wondering what attracted them, looked too. Down the little curling path which ran through the field came slowly along the figure of an old, old man. He was dressed in corduroy, and his clothes, though good, were ancient and greasy. He wore no collar, and his woolen shirt was open at the throat. He had a crushed wide-awake upon his head, and in his hand a staff. His hair was white, and his beard was white. It was tossed and wild, and his ruddy face was stained with peat smoke and ingrained with dirt. He had large hooked features, and a certain ancient and uncanny air, which made him an astonishing, though not attractive, picture. At him the children gazed, and Jessamine with them. The old man came on, setting his staff on the ground with a little blow as he went, and staring about him with open mouth and with the slow, dazed stare of the aged. As he neared the stack, Mackenzie came down the ladder and leaned over the fence to say a word or two to him. "Who is it?" asked Jessamine of Mrs. Mackenzie, looking at the old peasant with horrible misgiving. "That will be old Mr. Rory McGilvray Dalfaber, Colin's father." "Mr. McGilvray will be wanting you, Annie," shouted Mackenzie from the stack. "He is going into the house." Mrs. Mackenzie left the linen and hurried after old Rory, who was walking on and smiting the earth with his staff as he went. The children, as though some joyous event had come and gone, began to play and scream with renewed zest. Jessamine for a few minutes went on unfolding the linen and spreading it upon the grass, and then a feeling of sudden illness overcame her. She dropped a sheet in a heap at her feet and stood staring dazedly before her, and then she walked right away up the little path down which old Rory had come, out of sight of Mackenzie and the children, until she reached a knoll covered with birch trees. Here she sat down in the shade, her body bent together and her arms folded across it. Beneath her the little path curled, and beyond spread the waving gold of an oat field ready for the harvest, and beyond that was the tumultuous grandeur of the hills, over which the afternoon light scattered itself in a golden shower, and above which the clouds slumbered in a silver haze. But her eyes strained themselves along the path that, like a twisted thread, crept about the purple flank of the moor, breaking off now and then in a shredded heap of grey stones, or sinking into a hollow of sparse grass, and finally vanishing round the corner of some farmer's cottage beyond. We go on, knowing neither how nor where, and in youth this irresponsible wandering of untutored feet acquaints us again and again with the strangeness and suddenness of human experience. That road is undiscovered land to each young soul. A myriad feet may have paved the way beforehand, but to each human being it is as an unpenetrated desert, a venture into new worlds, a sailing on unnavigated seas. There was none to whom Jessamine could appeal and ask, "Whither leads this road?" Her mind opened and shut, letting out formless, flitting ideas of youth and passion, life and love, but side by side with every aerial tinted image went the repulsive figure of old Rory, staring with open mouth and smiting on the earth with his staff. The heavens, wide as hope and clear as the thoughts of a god, are above us, but our feet are entangled in narrow ways. Down the curling path afar off, scarcely distinguishable at first from the brown side of the cottage, appeared at length the figure of a man. Jessamine strained her eyes toward him. It was as though she had expected the form to shape itself upon the little curling path and to come walking toward her. A feeling of blindness fell upon her, as though the whole world were blanched out and the twisting path alone were left, with the figure approaching. On he came with poised, deliberate walk, his head up, his limbs moving from the hip, his great shoulders straight. Jessamine knew without seeing how clear and serious were his eyes, and how his lips were folded one upon another. And presently he was near. His face smote like a brown-red cameo against the translucent blue of the distance, and smote itself like a fiery seal on the heart of the watcher. And just then he looked up. A grey birch tree with a pallid lichen-covered stem, and the indiscriminate grey shadows of many other birch bushes crowded together, drowning colour in a cool umbrage. A grassy knoll, close-cropped and useless, a grey heap of granite, and against the lichen-covered stem a soft grey dress. And above, a little face, with sparks of red under the chin and in the knot of hair, a flame in either cheek, and in the eyes an unutterable something which made the world reel suddenly. Colin's steps dragged. His hand automatically sought his cap, but he saw nothing, knew nothing, save the face, which had opened like the heart of a flower out of the dim grey wood, for him alone. The great world gave a leap as the two pairs of eyes met each other. And then a voice, quavering and impatient and coming from afar, broke the spell, and veiled the moment. It was old Rory, shouting irritably for his son. Colin, with an effort, forced himself away and passed on without speaking. Jessamine slid like a shadow into the wood. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Jessamine felt herself to be as one sitting on a bare jet of rock, round which the tide creeps closer. And yet she thought that she could still escape. For 2 or 3 days she saw nothing of McGillivray. In the mornings, the first touch of the sun woke her to immediate gladness of existence, and she would spring from her bed, an ecstatic sense of youth and health coursing through her limbs, dyeing her cheeks and shining in her eyes. At such moments she was as an untired swimmer in a sunlit sea, ungirt by visible shores, but leaned upon by a limitless sky. She worked so hard and with such a flush of exuberant energy, with eyes so hopefully expectant, that Mrs. Mackenzie, watching her one morning at the ironing table, felt prompted to speak. She was sitting behind, nipping and pressing the edge of a cap with her fingers, and as she looked at the creeper-covered window, with the back of the slim, girlish figure, over which she fancied the sun seemed glad to play, silhouetted against it, a maternal solicitude began to trouble her mild eyes. "Two will be in that task, I'm thinking, lassie," said she. Jessamine was pressing the iron upon a shirt of Mr. Mackenzie's. Mrs. Mackenzie, watching her steadily, saw the little ear and the curve of the cheek, just then daintily edged with light, flush. The gentle swaying movements of the ironing continued, but the figure seemed to quiver with consciousness. "Will someone be gathering and giving you the bit of white heather?" continued Mrs. Mackenzie in a low voice. There was no answer. The iron came down on the shirt sleeve with the deft firmness which had been learned from Mrs. Mackenzie herself. "They say," remarked the latter as firmly, "that luck's in marriage." These words hazarded, she looked for their effect. A second flush beat into the cheek and ear, one so deep that they must have smarted as from a blow. Then it drew away, leaving pallor. Mrs. Mackenzie's eyes filled with wistful alarm, but the patting of the ironing went on, and was continued until the shirt was folded. Then Jessamine looked round, and Mrs. Mackenzie found herself confronted with a pair of sad, inscrutable eyes, and the manner of the dominant class. "I have finished the shirts, Mrs. Mackenzie, and will go upstairs for a little." "No, no one has gathered and given me a bit of white heather." In Jessamine's appearance, for the moment, was a curious resemblance to her Aunt Arabella, and upon this metamorphosis Mrs. Mackenzie gazed with eyes of penetrating mildness. Then Miss Halliday left the kitchen, the other remaining to her reflections. These were almost immediately broken by the appearance of John at the outer door. He had a spruce and brushed-up look, his skin shining above his dark beard, and his eyes cheerful with the prospect of adventure. "I must be going, Annie," said he, "but where will the bonny wee lassie be?" Mrs. Mackenzie moved her head in the direction of the inner door and staircase, without speaking. "She might be wanting something from town. Could we be calling her?" asked John, with the hesitating awe of high quality which still perplexed the more familiar relations. "John," said Mrs. Mackenzie, rising, "it seems to me as though I was seeing trouble coming." "Ah, weel," said John, his radiance unabated. "If trouble's comin', we will just be settin' still and bidin' for it. We will not be saddlin' a horse and goin' out to meet it." "But," said Mrs. Mackenzie, "if we could be turnin' it into another road?" "Depend upon it, Annie, if we try, it will be making us carry it here ourselves. And what will be ailing you to talk of ill luck?" Miss Halliday's light step upon the stair dispersed Mrs. Mackenzie's slowly gathering answer, and the moment afterward the bright, innocent face in the doorway shot a reproach right into her bosom. Jessamine walked up to John with a little bit of paper in her hand, and he greeted her with a smile of indulgent liking. "You are going to town," said she. "Will you do me a small errand?" "I will be most pleased." "It is only a little one. You see this name on the paper? It is the name of a journal which you can get from any of the large railway stations, if you will be so kind as to call there for me. It costs 1 shilling. "Oh, certainly," said John, taking the paper, and feeling in his pocket for his book. "But I will be losing this scrap o' writing, and indeed I had best be setting it just down in my book." He drew forth a pocket-book and turned over the leaves. "Let me see," continued he, "where will I be? Oh, here, sale of corn at Rightshire, longhorn calf at Bulnabruick. That will be it. And now, what will I put down?" He examined the scrap of paper. "Oh, yes, Society's Whispers." He wrote the name down under the calf. "Oh, yes, indeed I will be most pleased to get it for you, Miss Halliday, and I will be bringing it back to you to-morrow, whatever." Then he went out into the yard, and Jessamine followed to pat the horse on the nose, and to watch Mr. Mackenzie get into his trap and drive away. The red of her cheeks and the shining of her eyes caused him, throughout his journey, to smile again and again unwittingly. When he had gone, Jessamine returned to the kitchen, where Mrs. Mackenzie was bending over the fire to throw vegetables into the broth she was cooking. But when Mrs. Mackenzie caught sight of her standing in the cross-light between the door and window, she looked her over steadily once more, while she continued stirring in the pot with a large wooden spoon. But she said nothing. "Let me peel the potatoes for you," said Jessamine caressingly. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Luck's in marriage. Those had been Mrs. Mackenzie's words, and they echoed over and over again in the girl's mind during the rest of the day, filling her with indescribable alarm. Was the question really before her again? If so, this time it was indeed an unvarnished demand, one of simple and austere purport, having no part concealed by flattery and adroit artifice. Jessamine recoiled with a feeling of offence. When Mrs. Mackenzie's back was turned, she would glance at her with fitful gloom, and her lips were proud. But Mrs. Mackenzie made no further reference to the subject. "John came home last night and was looking for you everywhere," said she next morning. "I'm glad he is back. I missed him," returned Jessamine. "And he was not forgetting what you asked him to bring. Here is the paper." Mrs. Mackenzie handed her a pink-covered journal. The very aspect brought back London and ennui. She seemed to see the corner table in the drawing-room at home, on which the papers were wont to lie. She depicted Aunt Arabella coming into the room in an elegant tea-gown, and sitting down upon the armchair by the fire, and placing her gold-rimmed pince-nez upon her high-bred ridge, and retiring behind the pink sheets. These involuntary reminiscences caused her a shiver. She glanced at the journal with distaste and went on with her dusting. Mrs. Mackenzie, who by this time was too much accustomed to the girl's moods to notice them, carried the pink paper reverentially out of the way of the dust, and, unremarked by her, placed it on a side table in her own room. Thus it happened that Society's Whispers lay for a day or two unopened in the little square chamber, its pink satiny covering looking very much out of place there. During these 2 days the ways of Jessamine were beyond calculation, and there were moments when good Mrs. Mackenzie gazed surreptitiously at the inscrutable lassie with awe in her eyes, so mysterious did the swiftness and variety of her changes appear to the even-natured Scotchwoman. And during this time Jessamine kept herself very much to herself, going little abroad and doing much hard work. On the afternoon of the 3rd day she came into the little square sitting-room and caught sight of the pink paper, whereupon she approached and stood gazing down upon it gloomily. Her eyes had a hunted look, and at the moment the mask-like coldness lay like a blight over her lovely features. "Come," said she, "let me peruse my Aunt Arabella's favourite pages." Ere long she was absorbed. The sheets really contained a good deal of piquant matter, skimming as they did cleverly along the edge of libel. It appeared that some scandal, the nature of which was insinuated rather than told, would shortly involve 2 exalted families in very unpleasant law proceedings, and the members had vied with each other in scattering well-seasoned particulars abroad. Society's Whispers had a few delectable passages of its own, dark hints, on dits, and spicy innuendo, the jaded interest of society in the dull season being very well whipped up, and every means resorted to by which a return to town could be rendered enticing. The journal really had a peculiar interest. Jessamine, who had been shut out, so to speak, from life all these months, was quite astonished to see how many names of men and women, whom in the great world she had pictured as mirrors of deportment, appeared to be trembling on the brink of some scandalous exposure. To a quite unsophisticated eye, to an untutored mind, it suggested that society might be troubled by some vicious cancerous growth whose far-spreading roots could not by any possibility leave any member untouched. "It really will not astonish me," said she, "if, when I turn the next page, I find that my Aunt Arabella has been discovered in a not very reputable locality with some antiquated person of the bluest blood." The list of marriages was particularly interesting. It was headed by an account of a very grand ceremony and important alliance. This was between a middle-aged man of enormous wealth, who was familiarly recognized in private circles as, next to Lord Harriot, the biggest rake in Great Britain, and a beautiful girl in her teens, whose family were permeated with hereditary insanity, and who was herself said, in strict confidence, to have had her moments. The object of the alliance was to connect 2 splendid land properties, and to unite the blue blood, which it was said the bride brought, with the immense amassed capital of the bridegroom, with the further object of producing a single unit of the race to inherit in his own person all these pleasing consolidated privileges. The alliance had received the highest and most signal support. Royalty had appeared at the ceremony, and all the best nobility had been present. As to the clergy, they had assembled in such august and overwhelming numbers that there had hardly been a sentence apiece for them to read over the happy pair. The law also had been assiduous in confirming the alliance and in tying the two together in a complication of bonds and red tape. Jessamine dropped the paper and looked up and shuddered. It was like a breath of poisonous air. She caught sight of the sky and the glint of occasional timid sunshine on the wet eaves of the barn and the big tree near it. The fowl cackled below, and Maisie shouted in the garden. She recalled the image of Lord Harriot, the greatest catch in Europe, and the most debauched of men. Of Lord Harriot, with his he, his moist palm, his vile eyes, and his heavily scented apparel. She thought of his drunken younger brother, of his sister, a microcephalous idiot, of his father dying of paralysis and ungovernable temper. And then she thought of Colin. Oh, Colin, my Joe, with your sturdy planting and hoeing, and eyes that purely and tranquilly peruse the skies. The greatest catch in Europe. The hateful face was driven out by that of her noble peasant. And then she stretched her young limbs in their light clothing and threw back her head to laugh in pure joyousness. She would go out presently to Colin's farm, and though she happened to know he was away, she would spend the remainder of the afternoon in treading where his steps were most frequent. But there, the fear of old Rory stopped her. Her cheek blanched at the thought of him, and she stared aimlessly at the wall. Presently she was back again upon the page, and that with great absorption, her work neglected and the dishes lying unwashed in the kitchen, while Mrs. Mackenzie, in Scotch patience, glanced at the doorway again and sighed. Alas, poor Jessamine! Society has 1,000 scourges for those who disentangle their will and escape to live a human life humanly. And its corruption clings. It is a disease not to be vanquished by the sincerest willing. It eats into the nature, plays havoc with the constancy, and vitiates the best intention. The next portion of Society's Whispers contained a summing up of the work of the parliamentary session. Members had dispersed very late after their exhausting efforts. As far as one could judge from the report, these endeavours had been directed in a really hard tussle to prevent the rights of humanity encroaching upon the rights of society, and they had been successful. Besides which she learned that the political world had been thrown into agitation because one honourable gentleman had called another honourable gentleman a liar, and that considerable time had been spent in arranging the matter. There was not, it appeared, much question about the lie, but a nation trembled to see parliamentary etiquette endangered. She turned from that, impatiently, to the ladies' column, and learned that the laws of fashionable beauty demanded a large excrescence to be carried on the back, and waists to be 3 inches longer, and the heel more in the middle of the foot. After this came gossip. Gossip occupied 10 pages of the journal, and it was these 10 pages which really absorbed Jessamine. They ate into her mind, they obliterated the present, they altered her sweet face into a semblance of Aunt Arabella's as she bent over the page. Scotland, the life of the last few months, vanished as she perused detail after detail of the familiar world from which she had absented herself. Habit and familiarity have a terrific power. The redeemed tramp, they say, will leave his model lodging-house and return to his rookery. The reclaimed drunkard to his cup, the assisted pauper to his wayside begging, the reformed thief to his practices, the civilized savage to his nakedness and tomahawk, and, as St. James long ago remarked with vigorous perspicuity, the sow to its wallowing in the mire. Habit makes slaves of us all. The least little clean reach forward or sideways or upward out of the old rut, and after an austere attempt to maintain the new adjustment, back we drop to the ancient ways with relief and even ecstasy. More mournfully tragical than these mysterious personal chains are the inherited tendencies with which we are born, the preformed habit which is in us at our birth. Who that has striven against some evil inheritance, that has lifted himself out of it by main force of will, does not know the rapture of a relapsed moment. Nature mocks us with this trick of reversion. Behind the mounting steps of evolution creeps the stealthy shadow atavism, like old guilt which can never be repudiated any more. Now and then our assured humanity is terrified by seeing an indubitable, startling seal of ancestry set on the ill-starred frame of a fellow man. We behold ourselves in him drawn back, as with irresistible force, to our abhorred beginning, a woeful reminder of lineage branded on the common frame. But though atavism be rare in the body, no mind can call itself safe from the reversionary principle, nor dare to say it has fathomed the possibilities within itself, nor to affirm that it has never been startled and confused by some unpremeditated action of its own. One half of us seems running backward to embrace the unspeakable ancestor, while the rest reaches forward to the high level of posterity. This is why arguments and preaching are secondary and comparatively useless matters. To make real way, the child, the plastic soul, must be taken and set from early years in the rut which on the whole will run to righteousness. No soul beating upward from maimed early years, with the common hounds of ancestry pursuing him along the road, but cries out against the social scheme which lent him no fair start at the commencement. To see to it that every man and woman child shall receive their chance in the running, the little feet being directed straight from the starting point, is work for the statesman and philosopher, and the man who is sturdily striving to raise the average of the common mass does more for his nation and his age than any other form of work can do. But while we are thus, every one of us, racing a mad race with the whole wild jumble of our horrible predecessors in full cry behind, and while we know that our own heart is apt to play the traitor to us as we go, calling to us to turn back and join our own flesh and blood in their lairs, we yet commonly permit the early training of a child of rank to be a simple pampering of the mouths that will devour him in the end, and of the humbler little one we make the starting point a sheer throwing of the young soul to the kennels, so that he finds the whole ill brood abreast of him ere yet he has set out on his way. Jessamine read and read with absorbed interest and burning cheeks. The life that had been leaped into prominence from the recesses into which it had been thrust. The luxury, the triumph, the round of varied excitement, the flattering crowd of acquaintances and lovers. The paper instructed her in the movements of a host of well-known figures. Society life with its intellectual strain, its heartburnings, its peacock pride, its corroding personal ambitions, its triviality, its splendid prizes and dominance, its lion hunting and intoxicating incense, its grace and fastidious elegance, and the sense of the upper circle, its sentimentality and perfumes, its clever talk and learning and piquant gossip and dangerous half-breed immoralities, all these things, the whole of this subtle, penetrating, highly charged atmosphere, returned upon her from the skilful pages as heavy perfumes after purer airs. She looked up presently, glancing out upon the grey landscape with eyes that discerned it not. The farmyard, with the loose horse cropping such spare grass as he could find, the road, the stack in the field, and the winding path that crept away to the farm near the fir wood, the hills behind, with wisps of pale chalk cloud lying along them, and grey mists hiding their heads. Of all this she saw nothing. Her mind had run, through the printed page, back to the noise of the West End. One pink finger rested upon a single paragraph as she sat motionless, staring blindly from the poor little window. She had set it there with an eager little start, with a shooting of surprise and burning anger into her cheek and eyes. And with the same emphatic feeling she held it there now. Out-damned spot, not an act, but a tendency, not a deed of blood or shame, but the taint of the whole nature, the inherited and educational hue of the mind. She sat there with a frown on her brow and a hard contempt upon her mouth, a sombre fury blazing in her eyes, and her figure strangely erect and unbending. Then she looked down again and reread slowly and with narrow, bitter attention the paragraph which had lashed the tenderness out of her face. It ran as follows. Lord H.R.T., we understand, has taken his yacht to Norway. It causes some surprise that his beautiful fiancée, with whose name we presume we must not make free to adorn our pages, does not accompany him with her mother. But they say the lovely blonde is not a good sailor, and the ladies have preferred a quiet trip to the German baths to reinvigorate themselves after the arduosities of the season. Some are ill-natured enough to remark that he secures his last few weeks of liberty before entering the bonds of Hymen, but these are the misanthropes, the misogynists, and envious. Certain it is that the distinguished nobleman has, during the last few weeks, consoled himself from the access of despair which he preeminently shared with society in the early spring, owing to the sudden and mysterious disappearance of the then Queen of Society, Miss J. H.LL.Y. We regret to say that beyond hearing that she is well and happy, society is permitted to know nothing of the whereabouts of that divine brunette. They say the house in Square, so well known for its elegant appointments and recherché gatherings, will be closed during the next season. Whatever can be the motive of the truant fair, certain it is that her abdicated throne is admirably filled already by her majestic blonde rival. The thing, all claws and fangs and horror, leaped like a wolf on Jessamine's new-born passion. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Perry. The girl did not immediately make up her mind to return. That glimpse into the old world did two pieces of mischief. In the first place, the slowly growing purity in the springs of her motives was again sullied. In the society she had forsaken, multitudinous smallness served the purposes of serious concerns, and it was all recalled over vividly to her mind. Again, the perusal of the pink sheets had given her fictitious strength by accentuating the sense of contrast. The atmosphere of the grande dame returned to her and surrounded her by what she felt as an invincible and enchanted circle. This inward assurance of being in possession of an infallible charm against danger resulted in nothing but an encouragement to play with temptation. That is the most subtle of delights, to toy with the alluring. From the moth to the man, it is so. And we should all flutter round the seductive if we were absolutely certain of escaping without a burned wing. Jessamine told herself that her pinions were free, and that at any moment she could beat them out upon the air, untrapped. It follows inevitably that the creature existing merely as a source of pleasing emotion in others, and educated to conceive of herself only in that aspect, shall find herself particularly susceptible to the thrills of sensation when, in her turn, she is the victim. So that she did not fly. The present was delectable and in actual ascendancy. London was far and by no means so attractive. Moreover, the season was long since at an end. It was the middle of August now, and the days were shorter. About 9 in the evening dusk gathered. But one evening, before the sun was low, Jessamine went out. She took her way across the moor, the purple undulations of colour spread on every side, mingled with patches of brown where the cattle had cropped a meal. The light throbbed on the red stems of the pines, and the sun's burning flame alternately lit up the dusky canopies and let them sink again in shadow. A rosy glory like a fisher's net spread everywhere, and in the midst the girl walked with her face lifted, her inscrutable eyes large and quiet, and her elastic step treading the heather daintily. And Colin, who had been watching and waiting day and night, slipped from the cover of the birch trees and followed her. "For," said he, "if I may see her face once more, and hear her silver tongue, I will lay me down and die most thankfully." Thus it came about that a long shadow crept up from behind to the side of Jessamine, and McGilvray, with his lifted cap, came by. "Good evening," murmured Jessamine. "It will be weary for you on the moor, your lane." "Yes." "And night comes quicker now." "Yes." And then silence, the silence which speaks so much faster and more swiftly than the tongue. And while there was silence, it seemed to Colin that his spirit went out from him and kissed her on the mouth, and to Jessamine that she clung about his neck. They spoke again in fear. "In June the evenings were long enough." "Oh yes, it was grand weather in June. Grand." "Shall you begin the harvest soon?" "Well, I think we might be cutting the barley in a day or two." "I should like to see it cut." We shall be most pleased, whatever." Then again silence took them by the hand and walked between, and whispered the same thing to either heart, until the tongue leaped out to divide them. "Will it be a good crop this year?" asked Jessamine. "Oh, it will be a very light crop indeed this year." "I'm sorry for that." How is it? The dry, hot season does not do for this sandy soil. It will be taken a deal of wet. But we have had some rain. Just a shower or two running about, but nothing to make any good. Meanwhile they reached a gate leading to Dalfaber, and Colin paused and laid his hand upon it. He told himself with an ever fainter resolve that just such a manner of man he was, and no other, and that just such a manner of woman, made to shine in some world which he surmised but could not picture, she was, and no other. But when he paused, Jessamine paused also. He leaned against the gate, his hand at the latch. She stood before him, mute, exquisite. She felt him there, his influence smiting like rays upon her. Her eyes could not lift their lashes. She knew his sought her face. Then she felt him withdraw then, and looking up found that he had turned them upon the moor. "Good night," murmured Jessamine. "Bide a wee," cried Colin suddenly. And Jessamine, following his glance, saw in the midst of the brown and purple land a little tuft of white heather, growing snug and small, close to them. Colin vaulted over the gate and stooped over it. He gathered it prodigally, leaving not a twig behind. Jessamine, with the words of Mrs. Mackenzie going up and down her mind, waited. She saw the moor stretching from side to side, and in the midst the man stooping to gather the symbol of his love. He came back presently with the white sprigs in his hand and a great emotion in his eyes. "Will you take it?" She stretched her bare, soft fingers, and, white and warm, they rested for a lingering second upon the peasant's coarsened palm. Then, without a word, she took the sprigs and turned away. Colin stood by the gate watching her as she passed, in the straight grey dress, on and on along the bare moor road, until he lost her in the mazy confusion of the evening light. "Oh, God, God, God!" murmured he, his passion struggling for utterance, and throwing itself out of his silent nature in the word that for him comprehended the highest mystery. End of chapter 15.